Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started here. Want to welcome everybody to our Habitat Council meeting today. Today's meeting will be focused on typically mostly big game projects, but there's others sprinkled in too. It is a big agenda, and so we have a lot to go through. My name is Edgley. I'm the Habitat Section Chief for Division of Wildlife based here in Salt Lake City. And this meeting is being streamed live online, and so be aware of that. I think I'll have the council members do a quick introduction so that if anybody is listening, they know who we are. Start Tyler.
Tyler Thompson, Watershed Program Director with DNR. Craig Walker, Assistant Chief with the Aquatics Section, sitting in for Drew Cushing.
Steve Sorensen over big game.
I'm Justin Shannon, work with the division.
Benjamin Allen, Habitat Council, Sport Fishing Representative.
Jack Ray, waterfowl rep.
Great, thanks. Appreciate everybody being here today. I will mention this is probably Justin's last time being on the council with us. He's accepted a different position, assistant janitor.
Okay.
So if you need your doorknobs cleaned, let me know.
He's in the director's office position now, so, but there's nobody else from wildlife section in Salt Lake here today, so he's sitting in for the acting wildlife section chief. So thanks, Justin, for being here. We appreciate your efforts on this council. So, thanks to Daniel, Allison, Lisa, Danny for all of the logistic support and putting spreadsheets together and everything. Before we jump in,
Want to do Randy online?
oh, Randy, I am sorry, Randy.
No, you're on a roll. I didn't want to interrupt you. Randy Hutchison with Upland Game.
Thanks,
Sorry,
Randy.
I can't be there in person.
No, it's okay. I will do my best to not miss you. Feel free, if I am skipping you, just jump in and it's all good. Okay, before we get started, Daniel, if you can pull up the minutes from last meeting. We need to approve those before we move ahead. So these minutes includes all of the voting that took place at our last meeting. So with that, we have a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. A motion from Tyler, a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. All right. Did I miss anything, Daniel?
No. I'll pull up the agenda real
We're going
quick.
to talk about the sports group meeting and affecting funding.
Yeah. Do you want to do that? You led that meeting.
Sure. So last Wednesday, we met with the sportsmen's groups and presented them about 90 different projects, many of which the council has heard. They committed funding towards those projects. We raised just over $4.2 million for those projects. So that will affect the funding totals for some of the projects on the spreadsheet. Do you want to talk about those individually or show them, or?
Either way, Daniel, do you want to bring it up since I'm not logged in?
So I guess
What does that mean, Tyler? We'll have more money?
Yeah, so overview, if you pay attention to your numbers in the spreadsheet, you see that some of them have gone down. It's because they've been offset by those sportsman group funding commitments. So
Okay, so what I've done, anything that's highlighted in green, that number has either gone to zero or been reduced because of the sportsman's dollars that came in. So I've highlighted those in green so you guys can see them quickly as far as the ones that have changed.
and part of the reason why we do this,
Can you broadcast that by chance?
Yeah, I don't think you're sharing that, or he's sharing that.
part of the reason why we wait to hold this meeting until after that sportsman's group meeting is it really affects which projects we bring to this meeting as well as what kind of funding we ask for. So everything that you see today would also have been affected by that meeting, but since you haven't heard them yet, you probably don't notice it as much.
Yeah, so some of the projects that were funded through the ECP meeting last week have to come to this council to get approved, even though there's not going to be Habitat Council funding on those. We still need to go through the same approval process. So through those.
One project didn't get any sportsman's dollars that we thought might. And so we'll actually probably take that off of the list today because it was a medium range project and won't get any other funding. So that's how those numbers affect what we're listening to today.
Okay. Okay. Any questions about the ECP meeting? Okay.
Do I need to send this link out to everybody again so they can find it easily?
I think that'd be good.
Yeah, wouldn't hurt.
I will do that.
Could you send that to me also? I don't recall getting it.
Sure.
This will be in for the next funding meeting as well. This really shows you total wise where we're at after this meeting.
So I just scrolled over to the top. You can see at the very top of the spreadsheet, the available amount we have to allocate for Habitat Council. You can see the requested amount, and then you can see the difference. And then you can also see it for each of your categories for big game, upland, waterfowl, and sport fish, where they're sitting right now as well. How much has been requested, or how much is available and how much is requested on those two different line items.
It's kind of a complicated spreadsheet, I'll be honest. But
It's not our most complicated spreadsheet.
But yeah, if you have questions, you can call Allison.
But all the projects you're going to hear today have been put on here right now as they were on the database.
Okay. All right. With that, we're going to move ahead. We have a question.
No, I just
Oh,
posted the
gotcha.
link to that.
Thanks. We have 33 projects to review today, so it's a big agenda. And I'm going to try to push us through them. Still want some discussion if we need to, but at some point I'll probably be given a wrap-up signal. So we'll need to move through. These first two projects actually on here will not have any Habitat Council money on it. The first one has $350,000 of conservation permit money, like we just talked about. So we still need to approve this. And the second project, I think Jim will be presenting, has $50,000 of conservation permit money that we need to approve. So with that, Nicole.
Just to clarify, this one has 75 conservation permit, another 250,000 of grant we applied through the National Fish and Wildlife Federation.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I think that's a good way to head into this project is, this project is important, and that's, we've already received grant funding. National Fish and Wildlife Foundation can see that this project's important, so they've put money towards it. The sportsman groups have. So maybe I'll start off with introducing myself. I'm Nicole Nelson. I'm the impact analysis coordinator, and then before that I was the restoration biologist in southeastern Utah. And graciously, the northern region has allowed me to present this project because, well, I love this process. I think it's a great, neat process. And Pam, who retired, was heading this project up. She really wanted somebody to continue to carry it on and make sure that it got through the process. So she took me up, showed me around, made sure that I really understood this project. And it is an important project. So this is the Echo Junction area. Over the past 10 years, over 1,500 animals have been killed on the roadway with vehicle collisions. Daniel's research shows that, that number is probably a lot higher, maybe 40% higher than that 1,500 animals. So there's a lot of animals on this roadway that are colliding with vehicles, and it's causing a public safety issue, but it's also impacting our herds in that area. The division hired a professional facilitator, and we then started, the division and Pam and partners got together and started developing a bigger plan on how to solve this problem. So some of the stakeholders that were engaged was landowners, state parks, Summit County, the Utah Department of Ag, UDOT, and DWR. So this picture here kind of just shows the problem. That's all collision numbers along these roadways. let's see, I have my talking points here. So this is a really good one. So why we're seeing so many collisions is this is the mapped migration corridors. And you can see right down I-80, there's a major migration corridor through there. So that's why we see so many animals being killed on these roadways. And it's a really complex area. So it wasn't just like, yeah, we can put up some fencing, keep these animals off the area. We have trains. There's the two major interstates that are coming through I-80, I-84. There's, you'd have to put in a crossing, or could you find other crossings? So what some of the solutions that were found with this facilitator was we could use these underpasses already. We're already seeing animal tracks that cross through these underpasses. And so we could start fencing these areas, use those underpasses as crossings to keep our migration intact. And then the first phase of this is to fence this echo area. So that's why you kind of see this funny little star shape, let's call it. And then from there, you'll see additional phases where you continue the fencing out from there. So that's this project. You guys have questions for me? Oh, I think another thing, if you'll go back to the map, Daniel, and pop up the adjacent projects. There's been over 4,000 acres of treatments in the adjacent area. So we're doing really good improving habitat, keeping our herds healthy. But then they're coming down on the roadway and we're seeing a lot of collisions. So it's a way to protect our investment with our WRI treatments as this fencing project.
Any questions about this?
What comes after fencing? Just more fencing, or?
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fencing. There's, Daniel, will you go to the map or the pictures, and there's that one of all the phases. So this map will kind of show how the phases are going to be phased out. But we're thinking a lot of these underpasses will work as crossings. So we're not thinking that there's going to have to be two major overpasses or underpasses per year built. We can just use the existing.
Steve, we're gonna put cameras on these vehicle underpasses to see if we're getting any deer moving through them. And if we're not, then we'll go back with a plan to get some more crossing structures. There's also an old railroad bridge that goes over the interstate at the interchange there that was given to the state of Utah. So that could potentially be retrofitted into a wildlife crossing, which would be, I think, would be a really big win, because one of those structures is like $6 million. So we could do it basically for free. That would be huge.
Cool.
When we went up there, it was, gosh, mid-December before Pam retired. We were seeing tracks using a lot of these underpasses already. So yeah, we're really kind of hoping that will work. But like Daniel says, if we need to, we'll continue to protect this investment and seek funding for crossings that will work to keep these migrations intact.
Nicole, what's the timeline for the build out for all phases?
Oh,
I mean,
let's see, it's probably like 5-6 years if funding just keeps coming.
Yeah, so this one will keep coming back for additional funding for other things.
And we'll keep seeking other grants, and we're looking for money anywhere we can. And we have a meeting with UDOT next week, the week after that, and one of the topics is grant funding sources. Where can we look for money for this? But it's nice to have multiple partners on these projects to really get good investment from all stakeholders.
I would agree. We don't see a lot of projects with NIFWA money, so I think that's great.
Yeah, and I think that credit has to go to Daniel and Pam. They wrote a really great grant proposal.
And typically, highway fencing projects don't come before the council. It's not a great fit from the statutory standpoint, but in this case, it qualifies really well for ECP money, and that's why we're doing it. So, okay, with that, do we have a motion on this one?
I'll make the motion to tentatively approve it for funding consideration.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion from Justin, a second from Jack. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Next project.
Okay, thank you, members of the council. So this project.
Jim, if you'll introduce yourself really quick.
Okay, yeah, I'm Jim Christensen. I'm the Northern Region Wildlife Manager. I've been working together with Kent Sorensen on this one. We were actually contacted by UDOT to say they were looking to apply for a grant through UDOT funds for some fencing out of their TCP or TSP, Transportation Safety Project, I think is what it stands for.
Transportation Solutions.
Oh, there you go. Some grant funding there. But they were looking for partners because with partnership, they felt like they'd have a better chance of getting funded. And so we jumped in, says, yeah, we can look for some money to partner up on this. This will be able to save deer. UDOT has previously fenced. They started at the Idaho border on I-15, fenced south to Portage. And then 5-6 years ago, they fenced from Portage to Plymouth. And now this project would fence from Plymouth down to Riverside. We don't see as many deer killed as the Echo Interchange fencing on this one, but we do still have a significant amount of roadkill in that area. And so UDOT, I heard they were awarded their grant. They got $1.77 million. This is to fence 4.7 miles, both sides. Again, we'll be using existing underpasses for movement. We'll need to build some escape ramps on there because we do still get some deer coming around the ends of the fence. But we're looking for partner funds of $100,000, $50,000 through ECP monies, and then I thought we were looking for another $50,000 through the Habitat Council, but that's not in my wheelhouse. So I'm just going off what I've been told there. So however you guys see it needs to be done, we're just asking for that.
We presented it for 50 to the group, so that's what they funded, right? You guys need more than that. You probably ought to let us know.
No, I think we presented it as 100 to the group.
Did we?
Yeah,
And
we
they
did. They only funded 50.
Okay. Any questions?
So it needs 50 grand from this council. And we're not going to this council for that.
For what? For 50 grand. So that was originally on there, but our direction from the director's office was to
I'll make a
leave it
motion
to
then
ECP.
to have the council support it for ECP funding.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion from Tyler, second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Thanks.
Okay, motion carries. Thanks, Jim. Okay, next project, Burnt Beaver Phase 5, 5893. Who is this guy anyway?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Daniel Wilson. I'm the Habitat Manager out of our Northern Region office. I'm brand new, so I'm still learning about our projects and what's going on with them. So the projects we're going to talk about next, you guys probably know more about them than I actually do. So I'll just provide some background information and hopefully we can help you understand what we're asking for. So the first project is 5893, the Burnt Beaver Phase 5. So this is the 5th phase of a project that Nate Long has been working on. Really good big game project on the North Slope. This phase, Allison, there's a map attached to this. Oh,
Daniel's running
I'm
that.
gonna just let me know where.
oh, they had a map that showed the migration corridor in that area and where the project's located at. So the dark red is a high use deer migration corridor on the North Slope. So the project is right in a pretty important migration corridor, so it's placed perfectly. And what they're asking for from the council is for $20,000. The whole project is a $600,000 project, so it's a big project to do thinning, and so they just have a small ask from the council for $20,000 for phase 5. And this is mainly, like I mentioned, for big game. You can see from the map that it's perfectly placed. You guys have any questions about the project?
Hey, Tyler, sorry, this is Adam Shaw from the U.S. Forest Service, and I'm also one of the shared stewardship coordinators for the Utah Shared Stewardship team. I just wanted to mention that this project was actually proposed through shared stewardship for some funding for archaeological clearances. And the shared stewardship group, evaluation group did recommend this particular or the archaeological clearances for funding for this year. So just wanted to add that piece in as part of the shared stewardship component.
And this one also did receive like 200 grand or 205 or something from the sportsman's groups, right?
Right.
But it's a big project. It's one of WRI's flagship projects. So
It's been several tours on this project.
MDF is a huge partner in it.
I'll make a motion, we pass it for funding.
Okay, good motion.
I'll second.
Okay, motion from Steve, a second from Ben. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next project.
Next project is 6021 East Bear Lake Range Improvements, Phase 2. So this project, like the name describes, it's on the east side of Bear Lake. So this area is an important winter range for big game and a migration corridor for big game. And so the project is on Sitla land, and they're proposing to do WAP and scattering there to improve habitat for big game primarily. The project is a $150,000 project total, and so they're asking for $20,000 from the Habitat Council to help with that project. We got some good pictures of what the habitat looks like there. Jim, do you know any more of the background on this project? You've been involved in it?
I mean, this is one that we're on phase 2. Last year, Sitla did put some funding into this for the sage grouse. So we anticipate we'll probably get some funding out of them again this year. And we also this is another one that we're applying for infrastructure funds as well from Fish and Wildlife Service. So another high-ranked WRI project.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion on this one.
I'll make the motion.
Okay. I'll second. Okay. Motion from Tyler, a second from Jack. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Okay, 5898.
Okay, so this one, another primarily big game project, some Mahogany Ridge Bullhog Phase 1. So this is on Forest Service land. And it's a bullhogging project to thin out junipers in that area. The project is a $583,000 project. The ask is similar to the other one, so they're just asking for $20,000 from the council to help with this project.
Sounds like.
So this is near Harbor Ranch, so if you guys don't know where that's at, the state, so I should have mentioned that. Go ahead, Steve.
Sounds like we're getting way easy on these if we're only having to give 20.
Right. Yeah, these are some of these. The next few projects are even more expensive. So yeah, these are big projects, and the ask is pretty small compared to the total amount.
And let's be clear, the 20 is a suggestion that Allison probably put in.
Yeah, basically, I'll tell you this. When I went through and put in the Habitat Council amounts on these, I took the #1 project of the region and I put 50,000 on it, and I put 20,000 on all the rest of the ones of the projects, unless it was asking for a lot less. Then I think I only put 10,000. So
feel free to change those if you guys want to put more amounts or less amounts. You guys have that authority to change that amount. Okay.
they're just me looking at the numbers, and you know, because obviously we're over, but I'm just doing my best.
I don't even see the amount The Habitat Council's being asked for, what is it?
Yeah, it's 20,000.
It's not in the
It's not
database.
in the database.
I know, 'cause I was
thought
got
that was the
confused.
canceled
I
one.
thought it was the canceled one.
We had 2 Mahogany.
So my bad.
Yeah, there's a
Oh,
Mahogany
okay.
project in
I will
Southeast
fix
region
that.
got canceled, and she thought it was this one, so she didn't put it down there.
Okay.
I will get it in there.
Yeah, it's 20. So, is it fully funded otherwise, Tyler? How far?
Not yet, but it's highly ranked, so it likely will
It's a
be.
great area too.
Yeah. Summer range on the cash. We should fund it.
It's summer and winter.
Yeah.
Winter
You
for
could,
elk.
you could change that amount if you wanted to. You know,
Do you think we need to change the amount to higher, Daniel, to get it to pass, or you feel good there?
Oh, no, it'll get funded, but, oh, I'm sorry, are we asking Daniel?
Yeah.
Which Daniel?
One in charge right now.
Yeah, it's a high priority for WRI. I think it's like 7th highest ranked out of the region, so, and it got a lot of sports money. Didn't it? No, it didn't, did it?
Let me find it.
I mean, it's not the highest ranked out of the region, but it's still pretty well funded. So it's got a high likelihood of being funded. And the reason I'm being cryptic is we haven't really had our meeting where we go through our process yet. So it's hard for me to say with absolute definity that we're going to fund it. Just looking at the score, it'll at least get partial funding. I probably should say that. We look to the sportsman's groups a lot on those that are kind of on the border. If they've supported it, they put a lot of funding into it, then we kind of take that as an indicator. But also Habitat Council, if Habitat Council supported it, we take that as an indicator as well.
Sportsman's groups didn't put anything on there?
They didn't put any in it?
No. I do not.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'll have to yell at them.
Out of all the projects I reviewed, this is one of my favorite ones, personally. I wouldn't be opposed to adding 50 grand to it from Habitat Council. If we need to adjust those numbers later, great, but
Can you zoom in on the map?
With the land ownership?
No, just zoom in just a little tighter there. Looks like Pole Hollow at the bottom. So, man, that's a big one if it goes clear over there. So Pole Hollow's tons of water that's all dried up because the spring head has a ton of junipers around it. So
I don't know what it's
I'm with Justin.
so pardon my ignorance, this was presented, I was gone at the April 6th meeting. This was presented to sportsmen and nobody bid on it?
I'm kind of trying to remember why it's on the cache. I don't remember.
Someone did, I think. Yeah.
Well, I'll make the motion that we tentatively approve it for $50,000 for funding consideration.
I'll second that.
okay, motion from Justin, a second from Steve.
100% big game.
Yeah, 100%. Well,
Well,
actually,
There's turkeys that
There's
Yeah, I know.
turkeys, there's grouse, there's sage grouse kind of getting in there. There's sage grouse really
I
close.
think we got Randy weigh in on that number.
Yeah, there's some, I wouldn't be opposed to chipping in money on this. There's the sage grouse, the sharp tail. There's a number of birds up there. I'm surprised this didn't get money from the sportsman's group. Anytime you can knock back those junipers, it's a good thing.
Randy, what if we went 25-75 or 80-20 or something like that?
I would be good with either one of those.
Okay.
What?
80-20?
Let's go 80-20.
Yeah, 80 big game, 80% big game, 20% upland. Okay, so we have a motion from Justin and a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Good project. Okay, next one, Daniel, 6014.
So this is a project in the Upper Provo water restoration phase 7. So it's a long-term project that's been going for a while. This is on Forest Service land. And the total project is 1.2 million. So this phase is 1.2 million. And they're asking for, Allison put in 20,000 to help remove hazardous trees. So there likely to be some benefits for big game associated with this project as well. This is kind of this is showing Allison showing the habitat maps for the different species that we got have up there. Or Daniel, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just going through what they put from the wildlife tractor. I don't know what they're showing.
I think that we have deer that do migrate through this area. I haven't documented a ton of them, so but it is in a migration area.
So do you know what the Habitat Council ask was on this one?
20,000.
So big shared stewardship project, small
This
chunk
is-
from Habitat Council.
This is a highly ranked shared stewardship project. We'll receive a lot of funding from them. It's phase 7. I think WRI funded the first 5 phases.
Upper Provo.
Not good.
Never fished it.
Nothing for fish on there if it's for the water.
Again, the numbers that you see are just things that Allison thought and put on there. So if you've
Yeah.
got changes. make
Yeah,
that
if you
part
look
of
at the objectives, there has nothing to do with fish, to be honest.
Yeah, so.
Actually looks like it has to do with more with human health and safety than anything.
Yeah,
for this phase.
Central Utah Water Conservancy's put funding into it, so they're interested in it from a water quantity, water quality standpoint.
Right. Hey, Tyler, this is Adam. That's a really good point. This project is going to, it's a high priority project from shared stewardship. We're likely going to fund it through funding this year. I don't know what component that is in front of the council today is necessary to the whole of the project, but the water quantity, water quality component of the shared stewardship request is incredibly important.
And a lot of this is sometimes setting up for larger prescribed burns that they've been doing over on this project. So I mean, it's going to provide a lot of big game habitat once they get a lot of the prescribed fires out. Even just a lot of the scatters that they're doing is going to open up new habitat. So it's a good big game project.
Okay.
And that's important to know too, is as part of shared stewardship's ranking process, they do not consider wildlife benefits. So it's important for us to kind of consider those separately.
That's a great point.
All right. Do we have a motion on this one?
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay.
I'll second it.
A motion from Tyler, a second from Ben Allen. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And to just confirm on that last one, I did check out the Mahogany, and we did bring it to the sportsman's, and there was no funding. So,
Okay. All opposed, say no. All right.
oh, sorry,
Motion carries. It's okay.
got you before you were done.
Alex, do you remember why? Or was it just?
I don't remember any of the
Got it.
discussion,
I'm as curious as you are.
but
I'm gonna go back and look
I
at the
do
videos.
remember seeing it go through, like the map is familiar to me. But
I mean, it could have just been the presentation. I don't know, it could have been right before a break. Everybody needed to get a break.
Well, it's interesting because the area is an area that we've focused on for a while, and there's good work there. Okay.
I double checked.
Okay. Next project, 5894.
Okay, so it's the Weaver River Watershed Restoration Forest Resilience.
Bear River. 1-0.
Quoted. Sorry. Bear River. Bear River Watershed Resilience Phase 3. Yeah.
I'll hit Great Salt Lake at some point.
There's this giant river, and we're gonna do some work.
So this project, also a long-term project. This one's on Forest Service land. It's a WAP and scatter project. The project is a big one, so this phase is 1.2 million total, and that their ask is 20,000 as well from Habitat Council. So this is the one that's off the Mirror Lake Highway. And this is an area where we have deer that migrate through as well. I think they have an image of that. So it's a lower use migration corridor, but we do have deer that move through there.
So big dollar project. And where are we at on? Tyler, where's this one at in the WRI system?
Oh, let's see, what is it, 5898?
DNR 4.
Is there a number 3 project in the region?
What was it for deer and elk?
Number 7 deer, number 6 elk, number 5 moose. And it received 230 from Sportsman's.
It's pretty high up there.
And how are the current funding commitments, do you think? How far is it going to get? No, you don't. We don't have the crystal ball on that yet, but
What's it scoring?
Its score is 141.
I'd say what we've been kind of throwing around is anything in the 140s and up is probably what's going to get funded. So I'd say it's right on the edge of funding versus non-funding, which means that we'll likely fund at least a portion of it. I think, is this one we did cultural last year?
Yes.
So that kind of commits us a little further. We feel like if we've done cultural on something, we probably ought to fund the treatment in the next few years.
Was this one brought to the conservation groups?
Yeah, 230,000.
And that's another indication that we probably ought to get it to go.
so it's listed as 20, which is kind of an arbitrary number on there. So,
and the 230 means that we pushed them because it was on the boundary there. So, yeah, it's definitely one I think we ought to put money into. This is not a shared stewardship, right?
It might go to shared stewardship. It was down low on their list.
So we should explain that. Shared stewardship came up with their funded project list. As the sportsman's groups put money into those same projects, and as this council puts money into those same projects, the sportsman's group or the shared stewardship money would kind of go down to their next priorities. And I think this is one that's in line for that.
That's right, Tyler. This was not one that was recognized for this year's investment, but it may, if we have additional funding available this year, we could potentially look at this one, but it was not one of those 7 or 8 projects that was identified for the initial investment.
all right, anybody want to take a stab at this one?
Is everyone thoroughly confused about all the different funding now?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
I'm
Can you
sorry.
remind us on shared steward? Shared steward is federal dollars, right? That goes to like a conservation organization, like through MDF or something, or
Yeah, maybe I'll just let Adam, since he's on. You want to?
yeah? Can you?
Yeah.
Just a reminder.
Sure. So shared stewardship is, as far as funding goes, it's the the state adds some funding. This year, I think it's about 1.5 million. And then the Forest Service adds some funding. This year, it's about 4 million. And the proposals that we evaluate and look at for funding must have a couple of components. The components must protect community water sources or public water sources, and they also must reduce wildfire risk to communities. So those are the primary evaluators that we use to assign funding to each project that requests funding. To be honest, the total requests for funding far outstrip the available dollars. So we have to take a look and try to assign funding per project based on what people are requesting, what the outcomes look like. So that's a quick overview of what shared stewardship looks like.
Here's shared stewardship's priority areas, and typically they assign funding to the darkest kind of colored areas on there.
Right.
And like I said before, their prioritization process looks at water delivery to municipalities, fire and fuels issues. It does not look at wildlife benefit.
But a lot of them have wildlife benefit.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
just to clarify, you said it's state dollars matched with Forest Service dollars?
Right.
When you say state dollars, is it from the legislature?
Yes.
Forestry, fire, state lands.
Okay.
It's general fund though.
All right, thank you.
And every shared stewardship project also goes through WRI. And so they're kind of joint projects. In fact, WRI's database houses shared stewardship projects as well.
That's correct. Yep.
I'm sure we have this conversation every year, and I'm sure I forget it every year. So
We had the shared stewardship.
have we not?
conversation. It's a good one.
What you're seeing is the side note is the WRI system is a conservation fund clearinghouse, whether it's shared stewardship that has their own criteria, WRI that has its own criteria, and you have Habitat Council, and then you have the Endangered Species Mitigation Fund that's in there too, and other funds that are there. Other federal funds come in. There could be other funding programs come through it. So it's really become a conservation fund clearinghouse, even though the WRI part is only one of those pieces. But anyway, anyone want to take a stab at this one for a motion?
So real quick before we proceed, this is Adam again. I just want to mention that this particular one, it wasn't brought before the Shared Stewardship Committee for review. They did not meet the criteria for stating community watershed benefit nor community wildfire risk benefit. We took a look, and that was primarily based on where the project is located. It's not located in the priority watershed. So those priority watersheds, as Tyler mentioned before, they're the dark purple. That means that we could evaluate it for shared stewardship funding if we had additional funds available, but for the top tier funding process, they didn't meet the criteria.
Okay. Well, I like the project. I don't know how others feel, but
I definitely like the project.
Yeah.
It's a good project.
So right now we're asking for 20 of Habitat Council, but it had 240 from 230 from sportsman's groups. So
I'd like to bump it to 50. You guys are all right with that?
well, it's in one of these areas that we've had focus for a long time. I think anything on the north slope has been good. So yeah, I'm a fan of
you
it.
want to amend your motion for, what did Tyler say?
Bump it to 50.
Sure. Okay, let's bump it. With a motion from Steve that was bumped to 50 grand. Okay.
I'll second it. I like it.
Okay, and a second from Justin. All in favor, say aye.
Real quick,
Say no.
would this be all big game, do you think, or is there an upland component here as well?
It was all big game from what I see.
Yeah, it's all big game.
Okay.
Does have Bonneville cut and built, cut and built trout
man.
though.
Oh,
Sport fish.
Yeah, that live on the
Easy to
road.
get to.
they're gonna be easier.
Stop.
They're in somebody's creel in their trunk.
Okay, next project, 5910 Weaver River Watershed Restoration and Forest Resilience. Go ahead, Daniel.
All right, so this is another really big project. The total project is a $2 million project, a large watershed scale effort going on, lots of different treatments happening. A lot of what I was told, they're doing a lot of BDA work as part of this project, a lot of work in the riparian areas, and they're also going to be doing some lop and scatter in the uplands. So we think that this probably, even though it's mainly water project, that there'll be benefits for big game as well. And so that's why we brought it to the council today. The ask is a little bit larger for this one because it is such a large project, and they're asking for $50,000 from the Habitat Council to help with this one. Anybody else that knows more background on this project?
So this is a project that was combined. Trout Unlimited kind of headed this one up with some of the Forest Service folks. So there's kind of a timber component to this one where they're looking at doing some timber analysis up on the forest, and then they're doing it up in the higher drainages. And then there's a lot of fish component projects on this one. So you're going to want to look at both of those components when we look at the funding sources for it, because it does have a lot of fish components, even like over on the Weaver River. There's a lot of stuff going on over here in the Weaver River drainage as well.
What's the land ownership like?
It's a good question.
So this is where the I don't think they have it on the map because it's in the budget. This timber analysis, that's kind of why we were bringing that to here for part of this. They're going to do some timber analysis up on the Beaver Camas district. Trying to get some future projects going in the future is what that's really lined up to do.
And what was the Habitat Council ask on this?
50,000.
This was the #1 ranked project out of the region for WRI.
I can speak to it as well. This is Clint from the region.
Go ahead, Clint.
Hey guys, ladies, glad to see you today. So yes, it does have some fish components based on our tracking data for pit tags. We're working on a couple of ditches, some big diversions on the Ogden and Weber rivers that currently are fish impassable. So we're trying to replace the Riverdale Bench Canal and the Dinsdale Ditch and a couple of smaller diversions on those two rivers. There is a component for BDAs, some continued work on some property that we have access to, that we've done some work in the past on Fish Creek and Chalk Creek. It is heavily utilized for deer winter range and elk winter range. And some of that timber part is through Summit County. They're working with some landowners, I believe, and on the forest to look at ways to benefit wildlife and migration between private and public as well. So this is something that Tyler's been asking for. It's one of the reasons that it ranked as high as it did in our region, is because he's looking for some of these watershed scale kind of projects. So it is pretty big. Paul Burnett started this. We're currently in phase 1. This is a phase 2 of the first project that he put together. So we're just trying to keep this going and use this to present to our Weaver River partnership and just kind of keep pushing forward on larger scale projects. And it's a way that we can score high enough to get some of our fish work done as well. So we're knocking out a couple of our last remaining big diversions on the lower Weber for fish passage, for blueheads, and for Bonneville cutthroat trout with some of this work. So hopefully that helps.
This is Craig. Right now, it's listed as an allocation for Habitat Council as 90-10 big game upland. What % breakdown do you think the sport fish and on-game fish component should be?
I'd say, so the person that put this together probably didn't, she's new to Summit County. So I would say maybe 50 big game, 10 upland, 30 sport fish, 20 non-game. If it was me that was putting that together, I'd break it out a little bit more.
That's cool. We're getting 110%. I love it.
always giving 110.
Under pressure. You give 110% all the time.
Just kidding, Clint.
Hey,
Clint.
Quick question on this one, if I could. I'm not certain who would answer it, and this is just because I don't know. As I was reading through this, it said looking at and considering a biomass facility. What and why? What is that and why?
Where's that at?
It was in, I took it in my notes. I believe it was in the objectives. I should have written down what part I took that out of, but it's under the, yeah. And while you're looking for that, I'm going to throw in a side comment, unless my memory is really failing me. A really nice thing about this project is there's a ton of financial partners, including the cities, Ogden City and several other places. So I was excited to see that.
Yeah, tying into these diversions on the lower end of the Weber, we already have partners established through Weber River Partnership and Ogden City. So that's a big plus. You're right. We do have a lot of partners pitching in a lot of money.
Yeah, and there's the biomass reference right there, and I just wasn't certain what you're referencing.
Okay, I'm trying to find. I'm not seeing where you're looking and seeing. Is it what paragraph's it in that you're looking at?
It's on what I can see. And this is why I hate not being there. I'm sorry.
Oh, gotcha. I see it.
Right there in phase 1. Yeah.
He's circling it with his cursor right now.
So does it have to do with timber market? It's in the same.
Yeah.
I would guess
that'd be a question for Jess Kirby, who put the project together. This is something that I'm not 100% sure of. Sorry, I can't answer that one.
And and by no means should that stop or slow us down on this. I think it's a great project. I just didn't understand what it was.
Yeah, that'd be something we could ask.
Ben, do you have comments?
I just wanted to say that I think it was Craig Walker that mentioned that's related to timber. It's a common issue with the timber market. I understand to find ways to move it into the market. So biomass utilization facility, I think, is some sort of mechanism to connect the harvest with the retail market.
Yeah, timber product, something.
It might be a fancy name for a lumber yard or a sawmill.
Hey, come on. Don't dumb it.
I'm just saying, I'm giving 110% here.
There you go.
Sanitation engineer.
Okay, we have a motion on this one.
We haven't settled on a
I'll make the
percentage.
I'll do the percentage of the motion.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make the motion to approve $50,000 at 50% big game, 40% sport fish, and 10% upland.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'd like to have a little discussion on that. When we talk about the sport fish component, we've got the bluehead sucker in there. I know it all comes out of the same pot, but as we're spelling it out, if we go 40% for fish, I'd go 30 and 10, 30 for sport fish and 10 for native fish.
I consider that a friendly amendment.
Okay, we have
Friendly amendment? Yes, I'm a
motion.
friend.
I like this. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second from Ben Allen, original motion from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Thanks, good discussion. Okay, getting close, Daniel, here.
Yeah.
So, last one. This is an important one.
Yeah, okay, so this project I actually know a little bit about, so I'll give you more background on this.
That's okay. You know, you're new. Yeah.
So, this
110%.
Yeah, 100%. So this proposal is for improvements to our new Cinnamon Creek property.
And I'll just say before you jump in here, you've announced this is a high priority for not just Habitat section, but our whole division from our director's office, right, Justin?
Cinnamon Creek?
Yeah, and so we have asked Daniel to kind of come to us a little bit late to have a proposal that we can do some initial improvements up on Cinnamon Creek. So
Okay, yeah, so
Just earlier, like our very first meeting, Cinnamon Creek.
I think we talked about the purchase of the property.
Okay.
Just barely purchased. This is like kind of more of a maintenance proposal for it.
Cool. Yeah, it just sounded familiar.
So Cinnamon Creek is on the south end of Cache Valley. It's higher elevation habitat. It's like 8,000 feet. Really great summer range migration habitat for big game. It was previously owned by Sitla, so they kind of have different objectives on how they were managing it. So the roads up there, just due to the geology and the soil type, like they're pretty erosive and they're heavily rutted. People go up there during the wet times just to go mudding with their vehicles. The roads are kind of pretty tore up. Part of our ask is to help get some heavy equipment in there, grade these roads, get some road base in the really bad areas, get some pipes so we can improve drainage, get the water going under the road instead of over the top of it. So these are the things we know right off the bat that need to be addressed with Cinnamon Creek, is fixing the roads up. Also, the gates there need to be improved to help prevent some of the damage that's occurring up there. We need to have better gates and kind of extend the gates out more than just wire fences, but maybe some pipe fencing that goes out both directions from the gate, so they can't just do an end run around their fencing. We're also going to buy a bunch of signs that are not only like entrance signs to the WMA, but also go along the roads that explain what roads you can use and what roads are not accessible anymore. There's a lot of unauthorized vehicle use throughout the WMA right now. And so we're going to work on kind of shutting those unauthorized roads down and kind of concentrating vehicle traffic just to the main roads. And so we need help with funding the heavy equipment crew to go up there. We need to buy road base. We need to buy fencing materials, new gates, a bunch of signs. And so the ask that we have today is $160,000 to tackle kind of these initial improvements to get the WMA kind of ready for people to use and make it better for wildlife. Also, one thing I didn't mention is we think that there's opportunities to improve water on the WMA. There's several springs, just kind of maybe due to the dry weather, that haven't been running as much or at all lately. And so we think we can go in there and improve those springs and get them flowing again, and kind of maybe improve the distribution of wildlife through the WMA. And so those are kind of like the high points of what we're hoping to tackle with this proposal. Are there any questions or thoughts or comments? Yeah, Justin.
I got one. Does any of the, I mean, I know portions of Cinnamon Creek was purchased with PR dollars, if I remember right.
yeah, there was about I think it was a $6 million chunk from PR.
Yeah, I mean, some of these projects, it sounds like, would be eligible for PR, especially the water distribution and improvements and that stuff.
Okay.
Was there any conversation about having a PR ask, or is it all Habitat Council?
So I'll take a stab at that,
Okay.
Justin. So right now, our wildlife management areas are not in the W65 PR grant.
Okay.
We're going to change that this next year. I'm currently working on that. But WMA's in there.
Okay.
So for that reason, it wouldn't be. It would have to be. It might be for this next coming year, but it may not be for this year.
Okay. Thank you.
So it would be included for FY23 or 24?
24.
Okay.
That's, yeah. And I'll just throw in two. We're probably likely going to fast track about 55,000 of this in the fiscal 22 right now. So that will reduce the ask for fiscal 23 down to whatever, 105, 300 or something like that.
The contract about 55. $500,000 out of that number to the current fiscal year.
Just to help them get us started with some of the signs, some of the fences.
Go ahead.
This is more just a housekeeping issue. I noticed that there wasn't any map feature for this particular project. And as we kind of invest in a new property, I think it might be worthwhile to be able to use the database to track those investments geospatially. And
That's a great point, Craig. There should have been a map in there. That we don't have a GIS polygon at the moment. We're waiting until we actually like take ownership of Cinnamon Creek.
Fully
publish.
closed.
that's what I was
Closed
thinking.
on
It's
it.
probably
So
not.
that was a hang up there. We would have put that in here.
Just, yeah, when we get it, go back in and backfill in the database, make sure we're.
And there'll, as part of the process over the next year, there will be a comprehensive habitat management plan written up. That'll have, phases of improvements and all that there. So.
Might be off topic, but what's the plans like during the hunting season? You be able to drive in there or?
Yeah, so we're working on that, Steve. I was just in a county meeting last night, and the public works folks are really interested in keeping a lot of those roads open to vehicle access. And we're kind of on the other side of the fence, so maybe we want to pull that back.
I'd like to see it pulled back for wildlife.
Right, and the roads are really can be damaged easily up there.
Or horrible.
Right, so I think that won't be justification for seasonal closures, but it sounds like it's probably going to be a pretty back and forth process with the county because they've got different plans on what they think what they would want to have happen up there. They were telling me last night that they want to the easement that we have on Cinnamon Creek that goes towards Porcupine. That right now you can't go all the way through to church property. But they're going to try to fight the church and get that road pushed all the way through. And so that road will be connected now. Is what they were telling me. So
the county,
yeah,
gosh, is out of control what they're trying to open roads in my opinion. But that's for another.
So that'll be a sticky.
They do have a couple of easements on the property already that SIPA had agreed to that we have to honor. But outside of that, it'll be a negotiation or initially it's a no from us. That's our stance. And so we'll kind of see where that goes. I don't know, was there Steve or Randy, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just going to follow up. Daniel, you referenced some possible water projects to rejuvenate some springs. It was mentioned in this plan, but I didn't see much broke out on it. What are those projects or what are you looking at doing?
So we've been talking with Mike Lauder. He lives in that area and is pretty familiar with the WMA. And he thought that there were probably maybe 6 to 12 springs that could be addressed, but he thought there were 6 for sure we could do right off the bat. But we don't have the locations of them yet because right now there's still snow up there, so we haven't been able to get into them.
Mapped.
Yeah.
In a detailed way.
Did you have some ideas on locations or suggestions?
No, I was just looking at what you're thinking about because I know that area fairly well. And I could guess where some of those dried up springs might be. I just wasn't certain what you would do to get them flowing again.
Yeah.
Well, we'll ask the council to either pray for rain or do something. That's about all we're going to do. But
just an observation, Daniel. Sitting on the council for a long time, like we get projects that are like, oh, we're going to tear down these trees or we're going to do this aspen regeneration or on and on. Right. And they're really fun and people get excited about it. This one is less exciting, but it's as equally important. Like we have to have infrastructure on our roads and our drainage and everything else. I mean, that's the foundation to then go in and be able to do these other things. I mean, it may not be like the big sexy project that everyone's like, oh yeah, that's going to get a bunch of biomass growing, but I think it's foundational to anything we do from here on out. So I really like the project.
I'll second that because I've been on them roads. I won't go on them anymore. They're bad.
Some of them will scratch your truck up really bad. I trust me.
And I think to your point, Justin, just with all the growth that's in Cache Valley right now and in the state in general, our WMAs are getting a lot of use. And so we need better infrastructure to kind of control and help explain what people can and can't do there. And if we don't have that, they're just going to do whatever they want to do.
I just think it's interesting too that the Northeast region won't have the monopoly on pipe fencing anymore. So for that reason, I'll make the motion that we tentatively approve this for funding consideration.
Do you have a comment?
I was just gonna say, like, back to the road issue, that you're in the process of writing a management plan, and that for this council, eventually will come here, be reviewed by the commission as well. So that management plan is an important part in determining what we do and how we manage this piece of property.
Great. I'll second it. Okay. We have a motion from Justin and a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. I'm excited about this one. We've been working on this project for a while on the acquisition side, and a lot of partner groups came together. Everyone from sportsmen's groups to NGOs put money in, so this is good.
Great project. Thank you for your support and let me stumble through all that. We'll be better prepared for next year.
Okay, we're gonna move on to some Southeast region projects. Project 5918, and introduce yourself please first.
Okay, so I'm TJ Cook. I'm the new restoration biologist in the Southeastern region. 5918, Eastern LaSalle's Watershed Restoration Phase 2. This is a cool project. It had a huge ask. There's a lot of different components. They're looking at over 3,000 acres of bullhog work, aspen regeneration work, lop and scatter, prescribed fire, tamarisk removal. So a lot of different components on this one. Daniel, if you'll go to the photos, it'll kind of show some of the previous work that's been done, and it's a couple different projects that they've combined to kind of get on a watershed scale. But that's some of the understory burn they've done previously, and they're looking at doing some more of that work up there. A sign that's in the area. And then this is some of the aspen stands that they're looking at. They don't have any regeneration, so they want to go in there and do some work to get some regeneration, kind of renew those aspen stands in the area. So yeah, it's a big project. I'm sure we're going to have to phase it, but we'll see what we can get going this year. If there's any questions, I can take a shot at them.
Number 2 project out of the region for WRI. We did fund some ARC on it last year. So as TJ mentioned, we'll likely fund a good portion of it, if not all of it.
Lots of funding partners on this.
Can we mess with that?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
Sportsman's gave it 120.
Randy, what do you think on Upland?
Randy, you're on mute.
Sorry. I don't know that area, so if someone could help me out. I saw the rough grouse were listed in there and turkey, unless I missed something else. I don't know the area. So if it has a legitimate impact on Upland, I'm more than happy to chip in a portion.
Hey, Randy, I know it pretty well. I shot my first grouse there. It's a cool area for birds.
Is that?
It's not a great shot. So
Yeah,
it must have been.
No, I'm being serious. That's where I got my first. It was
shooting him out of the tree doesn't count as really shooting.
It was a nice June morning, and I was. No, it's cool for. I mean, there's a lot of grouse on the LaSalle's. It's an awesome area for grouse.
Okay. I would be willing to take your suggestions. What do you think is a fair percent?
I'd probably go 80-20 again, realistically.
Okay.
You're open to it.
Yeah, I'd be open to that.
Okay. Somebody want to turn that in?
Can I ask a general question? I know we're super busy, so if this gets too off track, But I had this thought on multiple of these projects because there's a lot of big projects here, which I really like. A lot of aspen rejuvenation and stuff. But why always bullhog? I mean, on these big projects, wouldn't it be more cost effective to do chaining?
Yes. And we are big fans of chaining here at DNR. Our federal partners are less of a fan of chaining, and I would say the Forest Service is probably to the point where they are not allowing it very often. The BLM does a little bit of it. But the other thing is when these projects are being evaluated for fuels, fire and fuel issues, the bullhog is one of those tools that almost immediately reduces the fuel danger, where a chaining takes several years for that material to break down. And so the bullhog has always been one of the most important tools for the fuels folks. And so that's why you see a lot of it on federal lands.
Okay, that answers my question. I'll cut to it politically. We just have to do bullhogs most of the time.
And I will say that, from a vegetative response standpoint, bullhogs are one of the better performing projects in the short term.
Okay. Thank you.
Good question. Thanks, Randy.
I've got a question for Tyler Ellison. Was this presented to the groups and was it funded at all that way? Or do you remember?
It was.
Yeah, did I say 125?
Yeah, you said 125.
And then mentioned that NWTF put in 5,000, which is a good indicator of upland.
I think I have it right here. It looks like MDF put 45, 5 from Wild Turkey Federation, SCI put 5, SFW put 50, RMEF put 5.
Okay.
Utah Bowman's Association put 5, and Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation put 10, I think. The lines are national, so they contributed quite heavily.
Pretty much all the groups that were there put in a little bit. And we're up to 125 or so on that from sportsmen's groups, including Turkey Federation. So,
and we still need 50,000 from Habitat Council in addition to that.
Yeah, we can get from everybody.
I think the total ask on this is 1.9 million. So it's a huge project.
I'll make the motion that we tentatively approve it for funding consideration. With the 80-20 split, big game, upland game.
Okay. We have a motion from Justin, and a second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. All right, next project.
Okay, next project, 5920 Salina Creek Ecosystem Restoration Phase 4. So this is a project that it's on the bottom end of our region. We're partnering with Fish Lake for us on this. I believe some of it even falls into the southern region. We kind of go back and forth on which project or which region manages this one. Previously, they have done some chaining on this one. They've done some mastication. I think they've done some prescribed fire as well. It seems like, so there is just a little bit in the other region. So they've been getting a lot of the work done down there for us in the past. This year, the ask is they're wanting to complete 3,000 acres of lop and scatter, another 1,000 acres of bullhog work, and then they're hoping to get a 2,400 acre prescribed fire taken care of. So really cool project, a lot of different components. Down in the South Manti, happy to see something done. So that's the work that they got done this last year.
We did do some change.
Earlier this week.
I seen fire signs on the freeway coming over I-70 this weekend.
What's the fish component on this? I saw that they were listed on the Leatherside chub and the Bonneville cutthroat trout, but I didn't really see where it's going to benefit.
Yeah, I was trying to look at perennial habitat in there, perennial waters in there, and I couldn't really pick anything out. I was switching to the topo map and other stuff. I mean, yeah, they're in the drainage lower down, but I don't know that they're in the ephemeral tribs where this is taking place.
My guess would be complete the project on our terms so we don't have a fire later on that's gonna heavily impact those.
Yeah, it's more of a sediment loading issue, probably.
Proactive.
Yeah, downstream.
What is the breakdown on big game versus everything?
Oh, you.
I figured it would be. That was my guess. I was gonna quiz him. You good with that?
I missed that, Daniel.
TJ, you good with that? You think that's?
I am if you are.
Well, I don't know the area. I mean, is there?
Randy, what do you think?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm really handicapped in these southeast areas. I just don't know it.
I don't either, Randy.
You know, I know I have a little extra money. If this is going to help, I can chip in a small percent. But I'm always, I mean, a wild turkey is going to live no matter where you drop it. I don't worry about them too much. But if there's a true benefit to like the Duskies, that things like that get me excited. So like I would throw in, without knowing anything, I'd throw in, is 10% too little? Because I know I'm all but out of money, but you're in the hole already, I think.
No, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I just.
I don't know well enough.
Okay. So we have a suggestion for a 90-10 split. We have a motion on it?
I'll move that we propose it for funding.
I'll second it.
Okay. At the 90-10 split?
The 90-10.
Okay. We have a motion from Randy and a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay. None opposed. Motion carries. Okay. Next project, TJ.
Okay, 5892 LaSalle, Abajo, RX, and MX. So this project, the Forest Service down there's done this project for multiple years. They've got several different prescribed fires. They've lumped them together in hopes that if they get the right conditions on one of them, they can go ahead and get those taken care of. They haven't seen the conditions yet. So as part of that, they've mixed in a mechanical component as well. This one has some higher elevation, PJ oak, aspen work. Let's see. Looks like there was prescribed fire, 8,000 acres on the LaSalle's, and then two separate fires on the Abajos, one for 4,000 acres and one for 7,000 acres. Then they've got some bullhog work above the town of Monticello on the Shingle Mill project that we've been doing that one for several years. And then I think they had some cut and pile work as well to get some other work done. But this one ranked really good in the region. A huge turkey project. I know a lot of push for the Miriams down in that area. I don't know what the breakout is on it as far as finance goes, but
Looks like it's all big game.
yeah, the region ranked this one the #1 turkey judge. So.
Huh? Hey, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I think the next one coming up, and I wrote myself a question on it. Is there a reason this project is not combined with 5918? Would there be any cost savings in that? I believe they're very close in proximity to each other.
So you're saying combine the Eastern LaSalle's project and the LaSalle Abajo RX?
Yeah, I believe that was the name. And I could be completely in left field. The thought just hit me as I was going through these the other day.
No, they're fairly close proximity. My guess would be this project has been mainly Forest Service, and due to the prescribed fire component, and not sure they could utilize that funding source. But yeah, they are close proximity, so we can look at combining them in the future. Tyler, can we go too big? Our other one's already 1.9 million. If we start getting bigger than that, are you going to tell us?
No, we never tell anybody go too big.
Okay.
It's just a fun part of your project.
We're going to have a southeastern region project next year. We're just going to put them all in one.
Yeah, Randy, this is Nikita. I'm the habitat manager in the Southeast region. I was just going to mention that some of these prescribed burns, we have to have the right conditions to get them off. And so there's some portions of that on the LaSalle's, but there's also portions of the prescribed burn on the Elk Ridge and Abajos. And most of the work on this is on the Elk Ridge Abajo, but we still have that LaSalle component for prescribed burn, just depending on if we can get the right burn conditions in the different areas. So that's probably why they're a little bit separated, even though there is that portion on the LaSalle's.
Thank you.
Yeah, they did that at our suggestion, just trying to get burns off down there. And you know, for years they put in one area, and then we asked them to give us some more options. And this is actually the second iteration of this. That project lingered for 3 or 4 years, and they weren't able to get any ignition. So I will say that this one is kind of on the border. It's a medium ranked. So we might fund a portion of it, probably not the fire, maybe one of the mechanical treatments to make sure that something gets done down there this year. And then maybe you look at combining it with something else so it scores better. I don't know.
Right.
Okay, any other questions?
Breakdown on it was all big game.
I think it was all big game.
This is a great project though for turkeys. I mean, it's that
Anything
area.
else or just turkeys?
No, there'll be grouse there and stuff like that. But I mean, that area just east of Monticello is awesome for turkeys. And then the Elk Ridge portion and the stuff further west, yeah.
Justin, I think that was you talking about that. What are your thoughts on it then, as far as the split?
I would say for the Southeast region, these are probably one of the more popular places for people to go to hunt turkeys. I don't know, TJ, you feel the same way?
I agree. Yeah.
I know guys that travel from up north to go down there. So
yeah, I mean
We shot one there last weekend.
yeah,
There you go.
I mean, I think it's more of a 50-50 realistically.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, I just don't know these areas, so I feel handicapped on it.
Yeah. No, these are good.
I would just add that when we presented this to the sportsman groups, we did kind of break it out, and they were gonna fund $70,000 towards the shingle mill portion, which is that portion right outside of Monticello. And so if we could help at least get that portion of the project done, we probably need a little bit more help from Habitat Council, but we could get at least that portion done if we can't get more WRI funding.
So that was the 116 bullhog.
Yeah.
I'm glad you wrote down those notes because I knew we were doing something like that, but I couldn't remember. So
someone take a stab.
I'll try.
with the split,
Yeah, I recommend we approve this for funding consideration with a 50-50 split between big game and upland game.
Randy, you good with that?
I'll go on Justin's word on that. If everyone that knows that area thinks that's fair, I'm good with it.
Okay,
Randy, come on a field tour. We'll take you around.
I'll second it then.
We have a motion from Justin and a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Okay,
If
one more.
we got an issue with one of the back projects in Northern Region, can we bring it up now? or in the minutes at the beginning of the next meeting. I just want to add something and talk to Daniel. He gave me the clear.
Yeah, if you want to.
On the Cinnamon Creek, I hate to dump a bunch of money into the road and then have Cache County fight us to keep it open during wet seasons. So I'd like to make an amendment that says we'll do it as long as Daniel and I go to Cache County and beat them up and say, hey, we're going to close this road this time and this time.
So it depends. If the road has the easement, then we'll have to keep it open, at least not during a closure time, for wildlife benefit. But and so we probably assert that to a certain extent, but the ones that they have easements on, we're not going to be able to assert that so much.
I'll take my amendment back there. Me and Daniel will work on it together.
Okay. But I think we're with you on that. We're like our initial stance on a road proposal outside of the easements is no.
I love the way Steve thinks. He's like, well, if the roads get bad enough, nobody could use them. So why would we improve them? So
yeah.
I mean,
If that was the case, I wouldn't have funded it.
I know. That's why I think it's funny.
No, I appreciate, where you're coming at from that. And I think we're on the same page.
Moving along.
Okay. All right. TJ.
Okay, 5959 Indian Springs Habitat Improvement Project. So this project is brought to us from the BLM. They've been working on, this is down on the Henrys. They've been working on the NEPA for this project for probably at least 10 years. So it's been a long time coming. What we're trying to do is they've got a good portion of money with their BLM fuels dollars. We're just looking to make sure we treat the sitla that's adjacent to it. It's just over 1,000 acres. Great project. It's going to be really good for bison, especially to try to alleviate some of the livestock bison conflict. This one, I don't remember where it ranked, but I know the sportsmen's groups did us a huge favor and put a good portion of money towards it. So they're very in supportive of this one.
This is an area you've got to reduce the conflict, and that's just going to happen by creating more grazing.
I've updated it with the external conservation permit stuff.
So that 45,740 will get it to full funding, right?
Right. It's a medium rank project, so it's not going to get any other WRI funding. So I just put the rest of what it needed from Habitat Council. So it would be fully funded.
250 from ECP.
This one received the most out of ECP meeting than any other, basically because it was such a lower ranked project. And SFW especially wanted to see it go and mentioned us even that they'd fund more of that if we needed it.
I think they put 200,000 on it, didn't they? If I remember right, it was a big portion of it. Yeah.
And it's a lop and scatter, or
I want to say it was a bullhog.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything was bullhog.
what's the breakdown on it? Any 100%? That fair? TJ?
I think so.
Okay.
DJ,
Yes.
this is a hard area to get anything to grow. I'm not to nerd out or anything, but what kind of seed mix are you looking at to try to, because you can cut down a bunch of stuff there and then not get any response given the droughts we've had. Like, what's our game plan to get regeneration?
I'll be honest with you. I believe the BLM put the seed mix together. I don't know that I've sifted through it, but that's definitely something.
I may have put it together 10 years ago.
Well, you know what I'm talking about, Dan. Like, like if you don't get rain down there, it's hard to get anything to grow. Okay, grandmas.
I'll say, Justin, that TJ is planning a field tour with Great Basin Research Center in that area this spring. Well, that area and other areas, just because of that seed issue and trying to figure out on the ground with Great Basin Research Center what would be the best and with our range trend to try and figure out some seed species for that. So we can adjust this if necessary.
If it doesn't rain, we're not going to get anything. But this is a pretty good hedge against getting some good moisture, but you know, we've got some species there that are pretty drought tolerant. A mix of good diversity as well, and warm season and cool season. This is a pretty well-rounded seed mix.
Okay. I hope this one works.
I like this project because we've been hard on the bison down there because of the grazing conflict. So I love seeing these.
Sounds like a motion, Steve.
It's a motion to pass it. For funding.
We have a motion. We have a second.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Steve, and who was the second? Ben?
I'll second it, yeah.
Second from Ben. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Motion carries. Okay, we're gonna do one more project, and we're gonna take a break. So we'll finish out our Southeast region projects here. So go ahead.
Okay, 6080 South Wood Cliffs Phase 10, Santa Royal Bullhog. So this project, the Wood Cliffs has needed some help for a while. This one's higher elevation than some of the previous ones we've done, kind of that transitional range. We've got, last year we had funding for the BLM. We didn't have funding for the Sitla portion, so we held off on conducting the treatment, want to get it all taken care of while we're there. This year, I believe the Sportsman's Group's got us some funding for some of the Sitla, if not all of the Sitla, and then we're hoping to get BLM Fuels dollars to help do some of that. But funding from this group would be beneficial to help us diversify the seed mix and make sure we get all of it taken care of. So Phase 10, we've been working on these projects for a long time. They've just kind of worked their way across the Wood Cliffs, and it'll be good to see this one taken care of for us.
Sportsman's Groups provided $60,000 for the project.
Okay, questions?
TJ, is that fair? 100% big game, or?
We had a lot of conversation about including turkeys on this one. In this area, the turkeys hold pretty close to the riparian areas, and this is up higher. So I don't think we'll see a lot of use from them. So yeah, that's kind of why we went 100% big game on it.
Sounds good.
Okay. Do you have a motion on this one?
Ben hasn't made a motion in a while.
No,
Not much for it.
Yeah, I wish I understood
these areas. I'll motion to tentatively approve.
I'll second Ben.
We have a motion from Ben.
Ribbed him to get him the motion.
Somebody
Seconds it, we leave them hanging.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Sorry, Ben.
Any opposed, say
Uh,
no. Okay, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you guys coming and listening to me.
Thanks. So with that, we're at 10:36. Let's take a break before we move to the Northeast Region projects. We'll break till 10:45.
Thinking about,
Good to have you here.
it's pretty big. There's a lot of cool stuff to
You
see.
know,
I've never
said
seen
that the turkeys
this today. So let's go with 5934, Willow Watershed Improvements. Go ahead,
Yes,
Tori.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm Tori Mathis, the habitat restoration biologist in the northeastern region. I appreciate having this virtual option today. It saved me 6 hours of driving, so thank you. But this, the Willow Watershed Improvements Project is, I think, is kind of a great project, and it's a little bit unique in our region. We haven't done this level of thing before, where we've taken so many different aspects and combined them into one effort to benefit one identified watershed. We have about 10,000 acres of lop and scatter treatments, about 2,500 acres of bullhog treatments. About half of that bullhog area will be seeded. We're doing BDAs on Willow Creek and Meadow Creek. We're doing some riparian plantings and maintenance of some riparian exposure that has been done before. One unique aspect of this is the point feature there. If you zoom in on that, is actually intended to be a bridge, like an ATV bridge over Willow Creek there. It's a administrative only, but it's kind of necessary in order to access the west side of the stream there so that we can get in and do some tamarisk control, weed control. There's a beaver dam that exists just downstream of that area. You can see the road, the existing road crosses the stream there, and it's often quite flooded, and our maintenance guys and contractors can't get in or get through there very well to access that area. So we're proposing to put in this small ATV bridge. We'll close it off so that it can't be, so we don't get buffalo climbing on it and ruining things. But that's part of it. It's a really great project. We're benefiting deer, elk, bison. There are turkeys down there in Meadow Creek. There's Colorado River cutthroat trout in Meadow Creek. All of the usual stuff. And it's a great project. There's a number of pictures in there if you want to see some of the pictures that we've got there. So this first one is part of the treatment area that the bullhog is targeting. This is one of the areas that we're proposing to put seed on. You can see there's not a lot of understory, but there is some existing sagebrush and bitterbrush in some of these polygons. So we want to add some seed to really benefit the bison and the livestock and the deer and the elk and everything as they move through this area. These are more of the bullhog areas. This is a part of the lop and scatter area maintaining previous treatments. This photo comes from our range trend crew. There's a site out there that a number of different range trend sites where they've been monitoring these. So we just want to go in and clean up some of these areas with the trees starting to grow back and maintain the benefit that we've had before from those past projects. This is a picture of Meadow Creek. You can see there's a part there where it's starting to downcut. And this is not necessarily a part that we're going to put BDAs in, although there will be some nearby this. We'll have to go out and look at it a little bit more this summer, but you can see some of the issues that we're starting to get. It's downcutting, and those willows on the far bank could become separated from their water source and dry up. And so we want to maintain that riparian area and enhance it if we can. So there are, on the documents tab, there are a couple of pictures that show some of the information from the wildlife tracker. This one, it shows that bullhog area that's planning to be seeded. It shows bison and elk points primarily. But one of the things you notice is the bison especially stay in the open areas. Anywhere it's open and the trees have been removed, that's where the bison are hanging out. And we really feel like if we open this up and take the trees off of those points, we'll really increase the amount of forage for bison out there. it's also a, an important area for livestock. It's a wild horse area, and there's just so many different animals out there that need food. We want to increase as much of the forage as we can. So you can see all those bison and elk points down in Meadow Creek as well. They'll hang out there all summer long, and a healthier riparian area will benefit them as well as the fish in that, and the turkeys as well. Well, any questions on this one? This picture is just an example of a BDA that was built in Willow Creek in the higher upstream last year. So.
I've got a question, and I don't know if it's necessarily for Tori, but it might just be for the group. I've been thinking about this a lot this year with the projects that we've done, and it seems like with BDAs, we've funded a lot of those for big game. And in some ways, I think it's a stretch. I don't know what the right funding source is for BDAs, but if, as I've looked about it, it does increase wet meadow. It does a lot of that stuff. But looking back, sitting on the council for a while, we've kind of done it and hadn't had a lot of conversation about it. I don't know really the benefit that a BDA really helps big game. They're going to get a drink of water wherever they're going to get a drink of water, and the little bit of riparian vegetation that is produced there, I don't know if that's a giant bang for the buck. And so for me, when it comes to big game funding and that gets tight, I think BDAs are going to be a lower priority, but I also don't know where it's a good fit. We do BDAs on areas that we don't have really good fishing or fish populations and some of that stuff. So I see the value in doing it. I just don't know the best funding source for it.
I think that this is a good project this is a good example of a project that includes BDAs, but also has quite a bit of benefit for big game. I mean, this is the kind of project that we're soliciting through WRI. We're asking these folks to work across ecological boundaries, to work on uplands and lowland and riparian areas at the same time. So, the BDA portion of this ask is probably less than $50,000, if even that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I disagree with you when it comes to big game benefit for BDAs. I do think that enhancing these riparian areas is beneficial for big game. One of the things that I always cite is how we're starting to see these healthy riparian areas act as almost natural fire breaks that stop some of these devastating fires from rolling across the landscape. And you're right, they can get a drink in these areas anywhere, but the enhancement to these riparian areas, I believe, is beneficial for big game.
There's another benefit, and it isn't just big game, it's just to the ecosystem, and it's increasing the groundwater table, and you really see benefit to these, I think, during drought. If you just have a channelized, system during drought, that's likely to dry out. But if you expand that water table out through BDAs or beavers, you can sustain fish and wildlife there more, effectively.
Yeah.
And so there's a benefit to everything there. I'm not, if there's sport fish in the area, I advocate them just for that. And over the past 10 years, we've seen streams every summer that no longer flow water. And those are the places where these really benefit us.
I agree with both of you. I'm not saying the projects, but I actually really like the project. And I like BDAs. I think they're really, really important and good. All I'm doing is making the observation that a lot of times we've funded these with big game dollars on a lot of projects without a whole lot of discussion on it. And for me, I think if we could treat summer range versus a BDA with the big game dollars, I would rather see that personally. I just don't know if there's a good funding source at all for the benefit that BDAs provide, given the funding sources we have with upland, waterfowl, sport fish, and big game. So I don't know, just making an observation more than anything. I do like the project though. I think it's important.
Well, I think additionally, as far as the stream bank and structure, BDAs help provide better structure. So for less incision, less degradation of the stream itself.
Right.
But that benefits all species in the area, not just, like I say, big game. But
I do have a maybe an uneducated question. If there are beavers in this area, why are we building BDAs? And that's one. And if there aren't beavers or enough beavers in this area, because it's not ag land, it's not near any, anything that beavers could impact, why are we not transplanting beavers instead of building BDAs? And that's just, I may be completely uneducated in the beaver world, but I'd like to ask somebody that question, just so for
kind of
my
one
own
of the
benefit.
misnomers. We call them BDAs, beaver dam analogs, thinking that it has the same purpose as a beaver dam. It's beyond that. It's rebuilding structure. The beavers aren't going to know exactly where that needs to be. So a lot of times, the necessary trees around there aren't available, so it's not good habitat for beavers. But it needs, the riparian area needs some assistance in structure with the BDA, where a beaver's just not going to go.
Is that true here?
On this particular project, there are beavers just downstream in Willow Creek. And what we have seen is, as we have built some of these beaver dam analogs, they have moved in and started to maintain them. But they haven't moved upstream of where we've started to build them because the habitat isn't there. We've got to get in and if we can stop that water with a BDA, expand the riparian vegetation, it improves the habitat so that the beavers can move in and maintain those and expand naturally. When it comes to beavers, there kind of needs to be a combination. A lot of our systems are so degraded that beavers either can't move in naturally or wouldn't survive if we just transplanted them. We have to improve the habitat so that they can survive and so that they will want to move in. And that's kind of the case here. There are beavers nearby, and we fully expect that they will move in and will take over and will make further improvements. But they need a little bit of help to expand because the conditions have been degraded in the past, and it's just not appropriate for them the way it currently stands.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Are the BDAs more durable than an actual beaver dam?
Not really.
The thing that makes them durable is having the beavers maintain them every year. A beaver dam all by itself wouldn't be very durable if the beavers weren't sitting on top of it, plugging holes and adding to it and keeping on top of maintenance every year. That's one of the keys that sometimes we miss when we talk about BDAs. But if beavers come in and start maintaining them, they will be every bit as durable as a natural beaver dam because the beavers are maintaining it.
Well, the reason why I ask, I was down on the San Rafael River about a week ago, and about half the trees had been cut down by beavers, but I didn't see dams anywhere. So I was just wondering if they got washed out by the floods every year or what the...
Sometimes they'll dig into a bank instead of build a dam.
Yeah.
What about rocks for a BDA?
There are possibilities for rock structures. Typically in the stream restoration world, they refer to those as Z-dike structures, named after the guy who kind of developed a lot of them. There are a number of different possibilities. And, one of the things that I have heard people who are more knowledgeable about it than I am say that you kind of look at the natural substrates there. If there's a lot of rock in the system, then rock structures are going to be really good to use. If there's not a lot of natural rock, then wood is probably the better option, just because it mimics what's already there. But there may be opportunities for rock structures, and that's just something that we need to look at a little bit more. We've done BDAs in both Willow and Meadow Creeks before, and the beavers have come in, taken over. They are there. We think that they'll work just fine. Beavers aren't going to necessarily maintain rock structures. They would.
Makes sense. Well, rock structures tend to get more engineered riprap-y kind of a feel to them.
And our success with stream restoration is dependent upon the system. Like you said, if you have a real flashy system, which this is, the size of rocks you need to actually hold are not there.
Yeah, gotcha. So it depends. Okay, any more specific questions about this project? Okay, and before we take a motion, I guess I'll, Justin, to your comment, I agree just that when we're talking about BDAs, there's lots of benefit to the riparian area. That's not just big game. And so it's a weird thing. Yeah, I am agreeing with you on that point. But they tend to get lumped in with the big game projects, right? And so it is kind of a weird one to try to figure out what's the best way to allocate the funding to those. So I don't know.
On this particular project, though, we do have Colorado River cutthroat trout in Meadow Creek and Willow Creek. So I would say sport fish should have some of this funding as well.
Okay. Drew, any suggestions there?
I'm fine. We've done a lot of work up there, and TU looks like they're a contributor to this project anyway, so it makes sense to me.
How much sense does it make?
From a sport fish perspective, not much at all, because this thing doesn't get much pressure by anglers. From a native species perspective and protecting a rotenone treatment that we did up there 15 years ago, we need this to be a secure population of cutthroat.
That sounds like 20%.
That sounds like 20%. I was thinking the same thing.
15. Well, and to be clear, I don't bring this up so I can say, Drew, we need the sport fish stuff. That's not it at all, because there's other examples outside of this where there's not a fishing component. The only observation I'm making is when it comes to ranking these at the end and when we get in that funding meeting, personally, I see the value of the BDAs. I'm not arguing that. Ecologically, it makes sense. I mean, all that. But when it comes to there's big game dollars to be had that can help deer and elk and other things like that, the BDAs are a lower priority to me, even though ecologically they do some wonderful things. So I think it's worth funding, but I'm saying at our next meeting, if it's an aspen treatment project versus a BDA for big game dollars, it'll be the aspen treatment project that I think is more important. So.
Hey, Justin, there is a category on there I see for non-game wildlife. This will benefit beavers, it will benefit bats, it will benefit leopard frogs. There's a bunch of non-game wildlife that will benefit from BDAs and that kind of stream component in addition to the fish.
Yeah, so when somebody checks on non-game wildlife, it tends to come out of either big game money or aquatics money. So even though that's indicated on there to show benefit, our funding allocations are big game, upland, waterfowl, fisheries. So
it's a good, it just still comes out of big game.
Yeah.
There's some lop and scatter in this too.
Yeah, no, it's a great project. I think we should fund it. Don't get me wrong.
It's just a different conversation.
Yeah, it's a different conversation on BDAs altogether. In fact, I'll even make.
20?
What's that?
Are you good with 20 on sport fish to protect them natives?
What's 15's better?
No, I don't know.
Randy's
I was going to say 10.
Yeah.
Randy,
Split the difference.
Randy, or do you have a question?
No, I was just going to put in because I like the conversation, but let's not forget the BDAs are a very small percent of this project.
Yeah. Gordy, did you have any last thoughts before we make a motion on it?
Well, like was just said, the BDAs are a small component. We've got 10,000 acres of lop and scatter, 2,500 acres of bullhog that are, geared especially towards deer and bison and elk. And I think there's enough justification without the BDAs to have both big game, upland game, and sport fish all together. Even without the BDAs, you could get to see benefits to all of those from the other components of the project.
yeah, and just to clarify and to show there's no hard feelings. Like I'm going to make the motion to fund the thing, but it's just a conversation I don't think we've really had, and maybe this was not the project to start that conversation. But it's just more about I don't know if BDAs are a good fit for any of these realistically because the benefits they provide are different. But Yeah, so with that, I'll make the motion that we tentatively approve it for funding with 60% big game, 20% upland game, 20% sport fish.
Okay, 60, 20, 20.
I'll second it if Justin will go 10% sport fish.
Oh,
Agreed.
He was beating up on you.
I thought you just said 15.
Yeah,
I said
I
15.
think 20 is fair,
Drew's saying
because it's a
10.
big whopping scatter and bullhog.
No, you're right. Let's go with
65,
70, 20, 10.
Okay, yeah, we have a motion for 70, 20, 10 on the funding. And so we have a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, and motion carries. Thanks, Tori, for that one. Before you jump into the next project, Tori, I just want to mention Drew Cushing has joined us as a council member. Craig was sitting in for him for a few minutes, and so appreciate you being here. So, okay, next project, Tori.
Well, I think Pat is probably on to go over the Book Cliff spring maintenance, and then one of our Forest Service guys has the Vernal Municipal Watershed project before I jump back in with Tabby Mountain. So if Pat's on, I think he can take over.
Yeah, just a little
Thanks, Tori. Eric, you hear me okay?
Yep, I'm here good.
Okay. Hey, everyone. Pat Rainbolt, Habitat Program Manager, the Northeast region. This is same area, Book Cliffs, big game, crucial summer range, limited entry unit for deer, elk, and bison. A lot of partners on this one. This is a product of our Book Cliffs working group we have in the Northeast region, where we have all the partners involved in developing projects that benefit all species across the landscape with the vegetation and water treatments. This is one of the water development projects that we came up with that group. The main partners on this are SIDLA, Department of Ag, and Main Canyon Ranch, and of course DWR. So 3 existing water sources. These are just natural springs. They've been developed maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago, and just the maintenance on those has been let go. We're in various states of disrepair. Either the troughs or the pipelines or the springs themselves need some work. So just pick the 3 highest priorities. There's an example of the trough. It just doesn't hold water anymore, and yeah, some of the fencing on these needs redone. And then you see that one's just bone dry. That spring just needs to be redeveloped. So water rights are already there. They've been used historically in this area, and really critical to have those up and running. You see the water just runs around the collection tire there. So really important to have these up and running and maintain these projects that have already had an investment in the past. And they're shovel ready to go. And I think the ask on this is $50,000. Yeah, there's the species benefits.
So this one's already funded, or at least
It is.
so it's not asking for Habitat Council money, but it has ECP money. It just needs approval.
Oh, okay. Sportsman fully funded it.
Yeah.
The last meeting you said. Motion to approve.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion from Ben. We have a second from Drew. And is there any additional discussion?
Oh, they look like they
Who funded it?
Sportsman's groups.
And the landowner chipping in too, and
I have some buy-in with the ranch to remove the old materials. They have some equipment out there that they can use, and they'll remove and dispose of those old tanks and troughs and things like that.
perfect.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. All right, next project. Is you, Tori, again, or Ryan, are you on for this one?
Yep, I am. So I am Ryan Maurer. I'm a hydrologist on the Ashley National Forest. So
welcome.
Thanks for letting me be here. I've never even met any of the members of the Habitat Council that I know of. So it's a pleasure to meet you, even though it's online.
Go ahead and present your project.
All right, so this project has quite a few different components. Whoever's running the computer, if you could just start clicking on the list, then I can explain them a little bit. Okay, the first component is installing a couple guzzlers on Lake Mountain. So what we've seen with the drought, we have seen most of the springs in this area dry up, including that little lake you see there to the west. It's called Gull Lake. It's pretty much dry these days. So we're trying to provide another water source for wildlife and livestock. So this is grazed about a week out of the year. So it's not a huge use of livestock. So that's where we also think wildlife will benefit from these guzzlers. So we have another portion of the project in really thick lodgepole stands. We want to go in and thin those out. We try to get the spacing to 12 to 16 feet on the lodgepole stands from when they're really thick. Here in a minute, we'll look at a couple photos of it. Could we go down to the next one, please? So what we're seeing here, I believe it's 1,300 and some odd acres. These are all meadows up in the high Uintas that are decreasing in size due to conifer encroachment. So we have all these big conifers that are, well, they're young conifers now, but they're spreading into these meadows. And so we've been going in and cutting them and re-expanding these meadows to the size they should be and historically have been. To try to stop that encroachment and the loss of these meadows. We just think it's really important to keep these meadows around. Then the next component, is this is archaeology for shaded fuel breaks. So last year, as part of the infrastructure bill, the Congress had passed a new categorical exclusion for the Forest Service, where we can go in and put in fuel breaks along roads to just start dealing with the fuels issue. We really think this place is urgent because we have new modeling that's saying if we get a big fire in this area, it could burn from, right outside of Vernal all the way up to Dutch John. And because of the fuel loading, but there may not be a way we can stop it. So this is the first phase of getting some fuels treatments done, using a new easy categorical exclusion to start that. So we're asking for archaeology money for that. And then the last component, we have a stream. It's called South Brownie Creek. It is genetically pure Colorado River cutthroat, but the habitat is extremely degraded. And so we would be going in, building structures. It's down the southwest a little bit. Don't know why it's not popping. There it is. And so we would go in and put in some structures to increase the fish habitat. I've talked with the fish biologist with cutthroat on the northeast region of the DWR, and he thinks this is a great project because the population's struggling. They can't use it for brood stock because of, I think, condition of the fish, if I remember correctly. So we're trying to get in there, do some work on this stream, really improve the condition of those fish, and maybe they can use them as a brood stock or something, and we'll also just benefit the system. So those are the features of projects. I could go into what we're looking at as other phases, or we could just be happy with this. So yeah, here are a few pictures. We have a few cutoff meanders, so we want to go in and reestablish those big meanders, and that will really increase the depth for those fish to be able to thrive. And then if you just go to the next one, just wide cut bank, really shallow water, going to put in structures to increase depth and diversity in the habitat. And that's kind of a reference reach of what we want it to get looking like. You can't see it with the ice, but that's actually 4 to 5 feet deep in those pools, and that's where they really thrive in this area. We go to the next one. This is a pre-thinning look at what the forest looks like, and then the next picture should be the post-thinning. So that's the project. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, look at the finance page on this, maybe.
Central Utah Water Conservancy did put some money into this because they believe it is a good water quality project.
Sportsman gave 45,000.
Okay, so not a Habitat Council ask.
No.
Okay.
Oh, do I not have
It's
it on
just
there?
not on the database. If you
Oh,
wanna look at
sorry,
your
I missed that
spreadsheet.
one. So the ask for that one is, I've just got 10,000, 100% big game.
Okay, 10,000 Habitat Council, and there's 45 committed from ECP sportsman groups on this project. So questions?
Ryan, what should the breakdown be for fish, big game, and upland, in your opinion, on this project?
So I'm definitely not a biologist, so it's not my expertise, but I think the big game with the meadows will benefit greatly. If I got into other phases of the project we're hoping for, it'd be even more. Upland game, there's a few grouse. Again, I'm not a grouse hunter, but I know a lot of people go grouse hunting in this part of the forest. I don't know exactly where. The cutthroat trout, I think, would be a great portion because it could potentially add different genetics and different brood stock to what they're trying to do elsewhere in the Uinta Basin. So I would think maybe a 70, 10, 20 between big game, upland game, and sport fish, but that's your guys' choice maybe. So
It looked like a pretty small project for cutthroat compared to a rather large project for everything else. I don't think 10% is quite what you got going there. I'd feel differently if it was a little bit more work being done.
Okay.
I thought they were doing quite a bit on the streams.
Just that one.
No, pretty minimal
section. So 85.
Yeah.
This is a hard one for me because there's parts of this area I would love to see burn. But at the same time, I like the fire breaks in the sense that it wouldn't get too out of hand. But
well, and so that's why I don't really want to bring up phase 2, but more fuels treatments are part of other phases.
Yeah.
This is just how we can get the ball rolling because we've seen this new modeling that, hey, if we get the right fire, it could burn, 500,000 acres, and we wouldn't really have a place to get a hold of it.
Right. I'm fine if we decrease sport fish even more, if at all. I mean, I do think this is pretty heavy big game.
So maybe 75 big game and 5 sport fish.
Sure. Drew, what do you think?
That's fine. It's just a pretty small project, but $10,000 isn't a lot to ask for either. But
Randy, are you good with 20% upland game?
Yeah, do you know what? Honestly, I wasn't going to argue this one. I'm not seeing a huge benefit, but I'm sure there is some. But I'm okay with that. I would vote for that.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion. We pass it.
Okay, we have a motion from Steve. Do we have a second? Second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed, say no. Okay, and motion carries. There you go, Ryan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Drew, that's an interesting one because if they did have a fire, those fisheries would be in trouble there.
they would, but it's just the work that's being done, the work they're asking to get done is pretty minimal.
Yeah, I'm with
Drew
you.
loves fire now because you got your little emergency.
We're ready.
We're ready. Okay, we're gonna go to the last one for Northeast Region, 5974. Tori, you up for that?
Yep, I'm up on this. Before I get started, though, I'd like to comment on Ryan's project in regards to fire. One of the things he didn't mention, which I thought he was going to, is one of the reasons we don't want to fire on that last project area is that's the water source for culinary water for all of Vernal. If we had a major fire there, we'd have some serious impacts to drinking water here in town. So protecting against fire is actually kind of critical on that last one. Even though fire would be a big benefit to wildlife, it would have some pretty negative consequences elsewhere. But anyway, this project, the Tabby Mountain habitat improvements, is all on our Tabby Mountain WMA in Duchesne County between Fruitland and Taviona. Again, it's got a number of different components. So Daniel's got highlighted the aquatic part first right there. Again, we've got beaver dam analogs put on this. We may actually change this to some rock zeolite structures. If you look at the pictures on this, there are a lot of different pictures. This is one of the very few riparian areas on Tabby Mountain that has not been drastically downcut and turned into a 30-foot gully. It's actually in pretty decent shape right now. And so, but there are some problems with some head cuts. There's some wet meadow areas that we think could need to be protected and improved. This is one spot, maybe a BDA is the right thing to go with, or maybe a rock structure. Some of the head cuts in these wet meadow areas need to be addressed. Maybe I'm going to head out there next month actually with Ryan and some folks from the NRCS and take a look, and we might change it from BDAs to some zeolite structures. But either way, we want to protect and enhance this riparian area. We think it'll benefit sage grouse as well as the elk and the deer that use this as a really important wintering area. There are no fish in that stream. It eventually connects into Red Creek and then flows into the Strawberry River upstream of Starvation Reservoir, but it runs dry before it gets in there, and so there are no fish in there. Probably won't be, so there's probably not a fishing component on this. But the other parts on this area, the one that's highlighted now is a simple lop and scatter project to maintain some previously chained areas. This is really critical elk and deer winter range. Then the other components that you see there on the east end, this is all going to be archaeological surveys so that we can put in some fire breaks, some fuel breaks. Duchesne County Emergency Management came to us and said, is there anything we can do to put in some fire breaks here? We want to mow some green strips along some of the roads, and then these other bigger polygons to the north would actually be bullhog treatments with seed. So that would be another benefit to big game. But they're really concerned about fire starting either along the road or in a spot just to the north where a lot of people go target shooting. And so we wanted to create some fuel breaks that would both protect the town of Taviona to the north, as well as all of our sage grouse wintering habitat to the south. And hopefully these fuel breaks will help us to do that. Anyway, that's the project there. So I would say this one should be all big game, unless somebody else feels differently.
Even with the sage grouse there?
Well, I guess sage grouse would be upland game. They're not hunted. That's not a huntable population there. We don't hunt those. But it is an important area for wintering sage grouse. So yeah, that's probably okay. The 90-10.
I had it as 100% a big game, but then when you said that it was going to be a big benefit to sage grouse, I changed it to 90-10. So
I wasn't thinking about sage grouse as a upland game species there, just a important wildlife species.
This, and I'd be okay with that 10%, but this is a very small population.
This is where our strawberry sage grouse spend the winter. Those that spend summer in the Strawberry Valley come down here on Tabby Mountain for the winter.
And I will say, I'll thank Tori for bringing this project. Is the habitat chief? I'm going to And I encourage, and I'm going to continue to encourage more habitat improvements on our properties. We've spent, literally millions of dollars across the state on properties, and we need to continue to improve them for the objectives that we have those properties. And so the more of these I see, I'm just going to keep promoting these. And so any questions for Tori on this?
And I think we should mention this is also a maintenance, a portion of it is a maintenance project of a previous habitat treatment. And I believe we should maintain our treatments as well.
Yeah.
I like it. I'll make a motion to pass it.
Okay, we have a motion from Steve. I'll second the motion. Second from Ben. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. All right, thanks, Tori.
Thank you.
Okay. It's 11:30. We're going to move to some Southern Region projects. We'll look to break for lunch around 12, maybe a little bit past that. But I think Gary Besant's here. I don't know. Are you doing all of these, or?
I think Kendall is on right now.
Okay.
So I'm hoping the rest of the year is way ahead of schedule what we anticipated. So.
Okay. So. Okay. Project 5919. Kendall, you've got that one then?
Yes. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep. Go ahead.
So my name's Kendall Bagley, a habitat restoration biologist out of the Richfield area. I'm presenting this project on behalf of the Fish Lake Forest Service and Kelly Cornwall. It's project 5919, and it's a Monroe Mountain Aspen ecosystem restoration project phases 7 through 9. And what we were asked to do is kind of lump the next 2 or 3 years together into one proposal as per Tyler's comment to us. But we've been working on the Monroe Mountain for the last 6 years, doing a lot of implementation there with the Forest Service. This project was the #1 deer project in the Southern region, #2 elk project, and the #6 turkey project. So today what we'll do is we'll only ask for the amount of funding for year 7, which is $846,620. The WRI portion, we feel like we can get done for $275 an acre. And the treatments are mainly in the north and the middle 1/3 of this unit. So typically we've been working on the south portion of this unit, but we're transitioning back to the middle, to the north. So this proposal will treat approximately each year from year 7 through year 9, around 600 acres per year of a mechanical treatment in the conifer. Through some commercial timber sales, which will be around 400 acres. Prescribed fire, about 2,000 to 3,000 acres per year. And some pile burning, which will be around 600 acres a year. The phase 1 through phase 6 years treated well over 33,000 acres on the Monroe Mountain. And year 5, we have a 5-year contract typically going on right now. And we're in year 4 of that 5-year contract, and it is with a feller buncher, and they're putting together a lot of the piles to be burned, removing a lot of the conifer out of the aspen stands, and BK Mechanical is doing that for us. A lot of the partnerships that we've had in the past on this one, obviously the U.S. Forest Service, and they've been a great partner in trying to secure additional funding and using a lot of their in-kind funding on this project. We've had some NRCS funding through Joint Chief Staff, Forestry, Fire, and State Lands through some of their CAP Fire funding, and the U.S. Forest Service and DWR have all been great partnerships associated with this Monroe Mountain. So the total cost for the phases 7 through 9 is $2.4 million. And we have $1.1 million worth of in-kind going towards the next 2 to 3 years on this project. A lot of the benefits, obviously, definitely elk, mule deer, upland game, as far as turkey, would benefit rough grouse. There are some cutthroat trout associated with Monroe Mountain. The Monroe projects over the last year have been very successful in setting back succession and revitalizing aspen stands. They increased a lot of forage production for wildlife and livestock. This project will continue to improve summer range. The treated areas have been very productive in the past. Some information from Vance Mumford, the wildlife biologist, shows that fawn to doe ratio has been fairly low the last couple of years with about 41 fawns per 100 does, and our deer objective is currently below objective. So any work that we're able to do helps benefit the deer going into the winter months as they are able to gain some fat and gain a lot of nutrients on the summer range and transitional zone of this unit. The elk have also benefited, and the elk herd is currently within objective. So any questions?
Yeah, this is Randy. Quick question for you. I'm new to the board, so how long has the actual treatment been going on? So you've gone phases 1 through 6.
Correct. Yep, correct. So we started, 6 years ago on this Monroe Mountain project, and we're seeking funding for the next 2 more years. Phase 7 will start in 2020 or this fall and work through at least the next 2 years. So the goal, I think, they had a 10-year agreement to do a lot of the restoration work up there for the next 10 years.
Okay. And the other question I had, I noted that there was some private property involved in this.
There is.
I didn't catch how much it was. I'm not that good on the website yet. What is their contribution? What are they doing to help?
They've been actually working with Forestry, Fire, and State Lands. So they've been trying to secure some funding through CAP Fire, and Forestry, Fire, and State Lands has been working on the private. So that's how that obligation is coming through Forestry, Fire, and State Lands with the private landowner. So a lot of the timber removal has been associated with the private lands.
A lot of that work ties to fire prep, knowing that we want to use the fire on the Forest Service land, and so working directly with those private landowners to say, here's how we can protect you before we light this off.
Yeah, defensible space. A lot of dispensable space has occurred up there.
Okay, thank you.
Tori, Steve here. Hey, great job presenting this. Sounds like an awesome project. Can you give us a breakdown in your opinion on species?
I think I looked on there what Allison had. I would probably adjust it a little bit if we could, maybe an 80 big game. I don't know as far as cutthroat trout. I know we've had a lot of benefits in there with the fires and some of the perennial streams where they've been removing some of the conifer. But if you go 80, 15, 5 maybe, or if you feel like cutthroat's not a big portion, then that's fine. We could go an 80, 20. But we have a fair amount of turkeys, ruffed grouse, dusky grouse up there. So I feel that's the benefit. Obviously, the bulk of the load would be to benefit big game for sure.
Okay, and Randy, you guys fine with that split there?
Yeah, anything that's bringing in aspen, these projects make me tingle. I love projects.
I'm with you, Randy. I love this project.
And actually, this is one I would love to see on the tour this summer because it has a nice spread out where we can see what they've done in the past and what they're doing now. I think this would be awesome to see this one.
We could do that.
Daniel, if you want to put this on the consideration list for tour.
I was going to have the Monroe tour as a well-oiled machine now. Get on that one.
Okay, any other questions?
Not a question, but a comment. I think out of all the projects I reviewed, I like the pictures on this one the most.
It's Craig Rasmussen for you.
Yeah, I thought it was awesome. I was like, oh, that's cool. A flamethrower. Anytime you can put a flamethrower in your photos.
Yeah. How do you get in? How do you do that? Like, I'm volunteering right now. I want to do that.
So cool.
Good question. I don't know.
I love the project. I think we should approve it. That's a motion.
I have a question. So one of the things, Kendall, you mentioned is combining this into a 2-year project. So is this funding for just 1 year of a 2-year project?
Correct.
3-year project? Okay.
I think we gotta get to 8.
And
60
the reason for that?
So the reason for that is that we basically have told a few different folks around the state that are kind of working on our flagship projects. And by that, I mean projects that always do very well through WRI. We're into the projects phase 6, 7, 5, 6, whatever. I think this one was #1 out of the region. We've given them the opportunity to request funding for multiple years. And part of our thinking behind that is we want them to be able to enter into multi-year contracts with, for this one, it's some of the forestry type work that we believe if we can lock those guys down for multiple years, we can gain some economy of scale benefit there. So that's basically why we're doing it.
Yeah, it also kind of helps with the difference in our fiscal year and the forest fiscal year and weather, as far as like when they can actually be up on the forest.
But we'll assign a single year of funding every year. So it'll come back to the council next year and the year after. Yes, right? Yeah.
Essentially, you're trying to keep the project itself open because we know based on the history as well that we have to carry these over multiple years.
Yeah, I think there's like 4 current
acknowledgement projects.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it consolidates the contracting process into one time for 3 years. Just makes it more efficient that way, so. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll come back to the council every year, we'll come back to the groups every year, but it won't go through the regional team for the next 2 years.
Okay. Any other questions on this? Justin, who's your ask for the project?
I've already made the motion. I love it. So.
Second. Okay. We have a motion from Justin and a second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
So I'll
Kendall.
be presenting Lost Creek Collaborative Project too. Brought together by a bunch of us that through a lot of different partnerships, we were able to put this project together this year. So it's Project 5921, and we kind of tagged Kelly Cornwall as the project manager too. So like I mentioned, this is a great project. It's on the Fish Lake National Forest, on the Fish Lake unit. And this project, as far as it ranked out in the southern region, was a #2 deer project, #1 elk project, #3 turkey project. It will have additional phases to be implemented in the future. But right now, this next fall, if we gain all the funding we're seeking, we're looking to implement well over 10,500 acres of habitat restoration work. This work will come through chaining 3,481 acres on Forest Service property. So we'll chain and seed that, lop and scatter over 5,200 acres on Forest Service BLM, SITLA, and private lands. And we'll be able to bullhog and seed 1,850 acres on BLM private and SITLA lands as well. A lot of our partners, we got the Forest Service, BLM, Color Country, Cody Pollux, Bob Bate has been instrumental in this project as well. Forestry, Fire, and State Lands to kind of help out with some defensible space. Work with Matt Christensen, DWR, U.S. Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service partners with Clint Wyrick. He's been instrumental for us to help us with some of the private funding associated with this project. Scott Chamberlain with SITLA has been a great partner. So this project will just improve habitat, wildlife habitat, big game transition in winter range, seeding, mechanically thinning, like I mentioned, mountain brush and sage grass forb areas. A lot of the wildlife that are in there, deer, elk, turkey. There is sage grouse lek that sits just a little bit to the south of this. It's just been hanging on. We kind of feel like as we do this type of work, possibility of sage grouse moving into these treatment areas is a great benefit for them. So I've got a 90-10 split on this one. I think we can do that for big game plus the turkey and a little bit of sage grouse, dusky and rough grouse in the area might make a benefit for them. As far as this Lost Creek project, it's large enough to make a difference across the landscape. Fish Lake unit deer herd has been declining over the past 6 to 7 years with low fawn numbers and low fawn to adult survival. Nutrition plays a big role in this deer herd and the dynamics, and this project will increase potential for deer to attain appropriate nutrition through these treatments. They use this through the summer months, winter, and also a transitional range. And the Fish Lake deer herd unit is below objective, and this is a great opportunity to increase some elk habitat as well, which is currently within objective for the Fish Lake unit. So we'd also like to put a guzzler, which will be a boss tank guzzler with an oversized apron, and this guzzler will be located on a sitla portion within this project location. So any other questions?
Yeah, this is Randy again. You referenced turkey a couple times. I am not familiar with that turkey population down there. What do you have?
The turkeys they kind of float around between the booby hole, which is kind of sits south and a little bit east of here. There's a CWMU there, but they're huntable within the Rose Meadows and down Lost Creek. So the Lost Creek drainage, there's always a few birds in there, a few birds on the north end of the Fish Lake unit too as well.
Did you call that area the booby hole?
It's considered the booby hole CWMU. That's one of the private locations that we have. It's been a standalone project the booby hole has, and this year I threw it in with this project, so we can get that one done as well.
Okay. So it's a $2.4 million project, and the ask for a Habitat Council is currently at $20,000. So
the Sportsman's supported it with $102,000, and $5,000 of that was from NWTF. So NWTF did support the project.
Questions?
The private landowner chipping in too?
Yes. Yeah. He's actually got some grant money through grazing improvement. The private land mainly is with helping with Fish and Wildlife Service. Clint Wyrick has been helping with some funding for the private landowners. So some of the work we'll be doing would be on Dastrup's property, which is just above Highway 24, and then associated with the Booby Hole CWMU.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, more questions? Motion.
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay. A second. Okay. Motion from Tyler, a second from Drew. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries.
Thanks for your time today, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Kendall. Okay, we're going to go to the next one. Zion Migration Corridor, Habitat Improvement Phase 3, 6048. Who's up for that one?
I am. So this is Stan Gurley from the Southern Region. I'm joining virtually today. So anyways.
Stan?
Yeah.
You owe us a candy bar or something.
What for?
Thought you might continue the trend from the ECP meeting. He was giving away candy bars trying to get his product.
Oh, I'll throw a few on my computer screen and see who catches them. So anyway, and plus those candy bars were provided by you guys, so I just happened to take it off the table.
Nice.
Anyway, so this project, the Zion Migration Corridor Habitat Improvement Phase 3. So this is the third phase of projects on the North Fork of the Virgin River on the Zion Deer Unit. As of right now, we're working primarily on private ground just because of NEPA constraints and the large scale of private ground on the Zion unit. So this is one of those units that's fairly unique, especially in the southern region, where we actually do raise the Zion deer herd, a majority of them on the backs of the private landowners. So these private lands are generally large scale livestock operations where this is their summer grazing. Anyways, like I said, we've worked with these landowners, and some of them are new, some are and we've worked with in the past, but this is just a continuation. We hope to continue on. To start out, it's a mastication on, I can't remember how many acres now. How many acres is there, Daniel? About a, combined, I believe, is about 1,000 acres of mastication. Then there's a little bit of rabbit brush mowing and some riparian areas that rabbit brush is infested and kind of taken over. We like to set that back a little bit and give the potential for the grasses and forbs to respond there a little bit better. And then there is some pond cleaning that we're going to work on with the permittee on the BLM to clean the ponds and line them. Essentially, we're only asking for the money to just buy the bentonite. The permittee is going to do all the labor and all the transport and rental for that. So can we go to the pictures, Daniel? So I did get rid of the worst picture that was on the whole WRI database. I mean, I think, was it Justin just talking about how great the Aspen pictures were? There was a picture of me that Clint put on, and I'm surprised it didn't break the database, but
put it back.
You'll have to do that later. So anyways, this is kind of what it looks like afterwards. So this was in phase 2. You can see we got ponderosa forest here with oak. We go in and grind these trees, and we've seeded them. I haven't, as of this week, I've learned that I can make it up there now. Access is open, so we'll be going up there to look at it. Keep going through the pictures, Daniel, if that's all right. This is just another example where I like to describe it as we're kind of punching holes in these pinyon juniper forests. So if we look at it from a big game aspect, the mule deer for the Zion unit migrate through here very heavily to their winter range. The first time I went up there, there's a whole bunch of tracks in the road, and I just assumed it was a sheep herd that went down the road. And I asked the local producer, I go, who herded their sheep down the road? And he goes, no one. We all this truck off of here. And he goes, those are all deer track. And that was the same year we put collars on there. So now we're seeing that these deer do migrate off of here, and they use these areas when they migrate to the south onto their winter range, and then also when they migrate back to their summer range. Currently, there's 3 deer using this treatment that you're looking at right now. This was phase 1. And what we're seeing is that they're actually using them for a longer amount of time than they were before. There were some old treatments the landowner did, but they are using the new treatments even more. So this is typical of what we're looking at. This is actually one of the treatment areas looking towards the North Fork of the Virgin River. Couple other things to note in here. So as he's going through pictures of big junipers that saying grind me, I'll just keep talking. There's also the amphibian aspect. We did find what we think is a pure population of Bonneville cutthroat, which is very interesting considering this drains into the Colorado River. Good enough that the fisheries biologists in the southern region from 2 different agencies determined that we needed to get DNA analysis on them. Here's some of the deer. This is actually on a sitla piece. As they migrate off, we found this route, and I put some cameras up, and these are just a few of the thousands of pictures that we got over the course of about a month. So this is a buck that was harvested actually on one of those pieces of property. There is public hunting. These landowners usually, obviously, they've the families have access, but they also do the public hunt on them if they ask and go through the legal ways to get it done. In the documents, Daniel, if you wouldn't mind. Well, I don't know if you probably don't want to download that PowerPoint. It actually has the most current migration maps. Anyways, if you want to, you can see the difference. So one thing we haven't put any new collars on the Zion unit since 2019. And as you'll see in these maps, we're actually seeing fewer collared deer use them, but talking to the biologists, we have lost a significant amount of collars and we haven't replaced them. So this year we had 5 deer and 81 or 84 points. And the previous year, the first year after the treatment was done, there was 128 points and like 12 deer. So they're hoping to get more collars so we can keep seeing if these treatments are working. This was the number 4 project for the southern region for mule deer, number 5 for elk. So equally important. The biologist feels the longer we keep the elk out of the park, the more opportunity we have to hunt them and thus try to get to our management objectives. I guess we can go to finance now, unless there's any questions about the project.
Stan, while they're bringing up the finances on that, there's a lot of public land on this. What 2 questions are they? You said there's some hunting. Is it hunting through a CWMU, and what are the private property owners doing to chip in?
So the private property owners, as you see when we get to the budget, unlike other projects that have been presented today, these guys are bringing a lot of money, over almost $400,000 once we combine the Fish and Wildlife Service money to this project. And that's one thing that I've noticed has been left out on a lot of projects. These people are committing their farm bill dollars they could be using on their private farm ground. So they could be putting in a pivot in the valley, but instead they're putting it on rangeland up on the mountain. No, it's not a CWMU. I don't know if they actually have enough acres to be a CWMU unless they formed like a landowner association. But they, like I said, they do have it posted, but as people approach them, they do allow people to hunt that on a as approach basis, I guess you could say. So they're not opposed to hunting. There's actually quite a bit of hunting that does take place on there. Most of it's family and family friends, but as people have approached them, they will give them depredation tags or vouchers, and then they also provide the access. So this is definitely not a closed off area. And like I said, even if it was closed, we're growing the deer on the backs of these guys. So these deer are leaving and going down the sands or the sand dunes, the coral pink sand dunes during the rifle deer hunt. So these guys aren't even, the only time you get the best hunting on this unit is during the muzzleloader hunt on this area of the unit. So the public's benefiting by hunting the deer after they migrate off of this area where they've been all summer. So
okay, that's awesome. Glad they're putting in that much. Well, I've got the floor. I'm just going to ask. I'm not certain on the upland component on this 25%.
So there is a lot of turkeys. So that's another thing this private landowner does is he took 78 of the nuisance turkeys out of Garfield County last year and had them put on his property. So the Garfield County biologist was having a hard time with nuisance turkeys and where to put them. This private landowner said, bring them to my place. And he took all of them from Garfield County. There is some video that shows the number of deer that use these areas from some trail cameras that I put out. The last one I think is the best, Daniel, 49. But there is a lot of turkeys that use this area. They do allow hunting for turkeys, and these turkeys do venture off the private and onto the public. So the deer are in the background, the turkeys obviously in the foreground. Where this is the big game meeting, the next video shows a fawn chasing chasing turkeys or whatever it was off of through an area. So if that's where we wanted to focus, so I found that pretty interesting. I figured the NWTF guys want to appreciate the mule deer guys, deer, chasing their turkeys around. But anyways, any other questions, Randy? Does that help answer them?
No, that does. Thank you.
Okay. So you can see the deer, they're using this pretty extensively.
Okay, additional thoughts? Awesome.
I have a little heartburn about the private property, but it does sound like it's given a lot of opportunity in the rifle hunt.
I appreciate that. And so Stan is one of our farm bill biologists, and he's actually the #1 in the state from NRCS to connect NRCS money with our process, which is really helpful.
Looks like he's done a good
And,
job at that
doing
too.
a good job here, and we do have to. I think we do have to recognize that our big game and other populations do spend a lot of time on private land, and I think Stan's done a good job of showing that these are not closed off to hunting. They'll migrate off those private lands much of the hunting season. I don't know. I'm going to put Justin on the spot. Your thoughts on that concept?
No, I'm okay with it. I think, especially for migratory herds, it doesn't make a lot of sense to go and enhance one portion of their habitat and not the other. I'm okay with it. I think a unit like the Zion, it makes a ton of sense. I think if we're talking resident herds that never provide the public benefit, right, that's a different thing. But even then, there's areas that they become source herds and they grow and they move on. But I'm okay with it. I like it.
And can I throw out that if you refer to every management plan the state has, unit and statewide plans, they all refer that we're going to work with our private partners to do these private landowner or private treatments too. So, and I mean, we go to a Watershed Health just to say it's private land that we don't want to touch it. This could also, if the North Fork of the Virgin River burned, that would basically take out a major source of Washington County's water, and then also the recreation that goes on down the Zion Narrows. So there's a lot of things we considered here. It wasn't that we had someone that wanted to create his own deer ranch, and that's why we're working with them, trying to bring in multiple funding sources. And like I said, they're carrying a major pack of this where, like I said, you guys have passed a few on to consideration today that have very little or no private landowner contributions. So just some thought to consider when you look over the budgets.
One more comment along those lines. The private lands and the private land deer hunters, they're still our customer. I mean, they're still a stakeholder. If they didn't have deer on them, it's not like they would stop hunting. They would just go compete with public hunters. So I like the idea of treating private lands as well. I think there's a real benefit.
And we do want to treat public too. I mean, the plan is when the BLM is ready, that we're ready to go with them. And next year, in our next year's phase, we do plan on treating the sitless sections that are available to treat. So.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this one?
Move that we tentatively approve it for funding.
I'll second it.
We have a motion from Jack. We have a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right, motion carries. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Lunch is here.
Thanks, Dan. Yep, lunch is here, and we're at 12 o'clock.
Clint Wyrick is on, and I don't know if you want
Okay.
to hold him or not across lunch. I don't know if he's available after lunch. But it's just a thought. Where
He's the next project.
He's the next project.
Clint, tell us about your time availability.
Hey, I can do it. I got all kinds of food surrounding my desk right now, all kinds of treats. So, but I don't know about you guys.
I don't know. Should we hear one more and then?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, let's do one more. So go ahead, Clint.
All right. Well, since I'm before lunch, I'll try to keep it simple and tell you about why this is the best wetland project in the state. So usually, like we just heard Kendall and Stan and those guys in the past have kind of presented these projects to you guys, and they do a killer job at it. So I'm excited. I might be an unfamiliar face in Habitat Council, but I work for Fish and Wildlife Service, and we do private lands habitat work, and I work with biologists like Stan and Kendall and several others across the state. But this project in particular is just outside of Boulder. If you're coming from like the Torrey side and you're coming down the Boulder Mountain, right when you get to the bottom, this landowner owns some land right there, some big meadows. And yeah, I think I want to say this is the best wetland project that'll benefit some of the state managed game species, at least in southern Utah. And it's, quite frankly, I haven't seen a landowner or any other wetland projects this scale in southern Utah. And given the climate and lack of water, I would advocate that we highly need to prioritize any time that we can slow water down and put it on the landscape. So Daniel's in the photos here, and what I want to highlight is proof of concept. So this landowner owns a couple little ranches they're kind of near each other. This is the other property and what we've done. And you'll see this is a phase 3 project, but it's also the only phase that's been in WRI. And I want to point out that that's because the first 2 phases, and he's also done a stream project, has been almost fully funded out of his pocket. He wrote checks to contractors and paid for plants, and he paid for it out of his pocket. And that's kind of why I told him I wanted to come to WRI, because this has kind of been the best kept wetland secret in southern Utah. It hasn't been seen by a lot of partners, and I wanted to help him get some partner funding, and then also just kind of get him some recognition and outreach and kind of show what we're doing. So as Daniel goes through this, both properties, this one where these pictures are, these were agricultural fields, and they were marginal at best, used for grazing pastures in the past. There's several springs along the toe of that hill. This is what it looked like before we started the work. I mean, it was just kind of unproductive and just wasn't working out for him. And there's all these springs along the toe of the hill that at some point someone dug a ditch along the toe of that hill, and all that water just shot down valley. And we've basically recreated kind of the wetland topography and dug out several shallow, anywhere from a few inches deep to maybe a foot natural wetlands. And on the property that we've accomplished in the first 2 phases, I mean, we've probably done 60 acres of re-wetted wetland habitat. And I often tell people, if you want to find out, find a wetland. And this project now gets heavy use from elk, not only in the spring when they're moving up mountain, but they come down, and they didn't used to come down, and they come down to rut around those wetlands, which is pretty crazy because it's really low elevation. Lots of mule deer use it. It's fawns in there, tons of wild turkey. The current project that I'm proposing, it's transitional habitat. It's habitat where they come through in the fall, spend some time there, get some calories, and then move into winter habitat. And then in the spring, they come back up there as the snow starts to melt off. They again calorie up, and then they move up onto the Forest Service land. And I'm talking about mule deer, turkeys, and elk. And so there's a really direct benefit to public hunters because they're really not holding any of this wildlife on their place. It's just used to eat up and then move up on the mountain. And I forgot the best part about this story is this is such a great project that in 2020, Scarlett Johansson and Colin Jost visited the property and got engaged there. So if you know who Scarlett Johansson is, big movie star, and Colin Jost, if you're a Saturday Night Live fan, they got engaged there, right next to our wetland restoration. So kind of a funny, cool gee whiz thing. But he does graze the place, and he's changed grazing drastically. He's got a really high rotational grazing system on both properties where we're going to work too. But he's all about wildlife. He's doing these wetlands and sacrificing his grazing. He's changing his grazing strategy because he wants wildlife. He wants these animals to be able to feed, spend time. I mean, I don't need to tell you about, I mean, you got bugs, you got bats, you got all kinds of non-game species as well that use wetlands. And yeah, I just think it's really important that wherever we get the opportunity to work with someone to re-wet the area, we do so. There is Deer Creek right next to these new wetlands that we're going to create. And there's not a direct connection to them, but I mean, anytime we can store water longer into the season, it's going to end up in Deer Creek, whether it's through the soil profile or even down as it runs downstream. it connects to Deer Creek there. So there are sport fish in there. Low cost, high reward. If you go to the finance page, I mean, I think around 7. Oh, you're there. So not a real expensive project, but I think the benefits of this project ripple across the landscape. And yeah, low cost, high reward. And we've done it. We've got proof of concept. Same team gonna do the work. And yeah, do you guys have any questions? I don't know if I'm hitting on everything. I'm a rookie here, so be easy on me.
So, Clint, this is Randy. One, I love your sales pitch.
Yeah,
that's awesome. The other thing, I don't know, and I know this area a little bit. I don't know if I'm buying the 50-50 split on the money. That much impact on the turkeys? Because there's not a whole lot else down there other than turkeys. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't know if you are wrong.
Jim Lappin here too. He can talk to it a little bit.
There's a lot of
Who's there?
This is Jim, Clint.
Okay, I was hoping like Jim was in there and he can speak to it a little more. I mean, at certain times of the year there are a lot of elk, but it's temporary.
I wondered, Clint, why you didn't have a little money in non-game and why you didn't have a little money in waterfowl.
You know what? I didn't do that. This is my first time at Habitat Council, and 3 days ago I got an email saying, "Hey, you should present this," and I was like, "Oh, okay. How do I do it?" So
Yes. There's an unbelievable amount of big game that use that area.
I think the question was about turkeys though.
And there's a lot of there's hundreds and hundreds of turkeys that use that.
And my sales pitch for the turkey thing is they are there kind of when they strut there and they nest nearby. And whenever you create wetlands, you create flowering plants. And whenever you create flowering plants, you create bugs. And bugs are protein that get pulsed through the season and up on the mountain later.
Yeah. No, you know, and I always struggle with private property things, but I like this one just because of what you're creating. I'll admit, I'm just struggling on the 50%. I'm not seeing that for upland game, but I like your project. I think we just need to break it up differently.
Okay, we can break it up. I don't know exactly how this part works, so
That was a suggested percentage. So if in a motion you want to adjust that, then you could.
Do we have on those ponds that were established a few years back? Do we have waterfowl coming into those? Or do we have sports fishing?
Yeah, there's waterfowl. There's no fish in them. I mean, they're really shallow emergent ponds. So, I mean, the fish benefit, even on the other property that we've already done, there's, what's that? Sand Creek that's right adjacent to it. All that water flows into Sand Creek and there are fish in Sand Creek. And it is fished.
Okay.
Well, I never want to be in the position to take money away from people, but Steve, what are you thinking on this? Like I said, I like the project, even though it's all on private land. He's done stuff on his own in the past, and there's private land, public land around it, but I'm struggling with the percentages. I don't know if I can go 50% on this.
What are you thinking, Randy?
I think 25% would be really high for just turkeys. This looks like a big game and a waterfowl project. It had mostly big game with some waterfowl in there.
He didn't list
So if we're saying a percent, I'll throw out a percent. What if we went 75-25?
Let's do 70-30 where there's so many turkeys, Randy.
What about waterfowl? Should waterfowl be factored in here?
What's your thoughts on that?
Jim, help us justify the waterfowl.
This is an area that the waterfowl use a lot in the spring and the fall. I don't know where they're coming from and going to, but it's really busy. If we were to go down there today, we would probably see 10 different species of ducks there.
Really?
Yeah, it's along the migration path, going from their southern winter stuff up to the Great Salt Lake.
So the shallow give them a really great place to eat and hang out, and they're protected because it is private property. And so access is restricted. It's not like you got every teenage kid running in there to rally them.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jim, is these are natural, shallow, emergent vegetation type duck feeding wetlands.
What if we took 5% off the big game and upland and gave 10% to waterfowl? Now, I don't want to speak for you, Jim, but just what are your thoughts? Or Jack, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think, the only justification is it does not occur just when people hunt things. But I'm just curious, does anyone hunt ducks down on Boulder Mountain?
I do.
Probably not. It's not what you think of. It's probably not what you think of when you want to go hunting.
Well, yeah. I mean, if a lot of ducks are using it and a lot of duck species and it's important waterfowl habitat down there, then I can see the reason for giving some percentage to waterfowl.
I think a consideration too should be given to the non-game wildlife.
That gets
You
put in
listed-
It just goes under big game.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, put it on
So
big game.
Curtis, when he was a farm bill biologist, he worked with this same landowner in the same place. So he has some knowledge there also.
Just the use by non-game wildlife is there and present too. So
Is this a place where people can view wildlife? I mean, it looked like it was kind of close to the road.
Not from the road, but they do run a guest ranch, and they're actually gets a lot. They've put trails around these wetlands, and they love showing this off. And there's been Nat Geo down there doing photos and getting it in the magazines, and they love showing it off. And there's a guest ranch, and so they do it that way.
Yeah, I'm okay with the 10% for waterfowl.
Okay, so do we have a motion that includes 10% waterfowl?
Okay.
How are we changing all the other ones?
70, 20, 10, does that sound all right?
Before we make a motion, I got one more observation for species. I didn't see Black Widow listed, but if Scarlett Johansson.
I got it. I don't think I called her the Black Widow this time, but
Clint, I was wondering which Avenger you are, so.
I like that. That's funny. Yeah. Add Black Widow to the WAP species list just for this project.
Okay.
With that, I'll make the motion that we approve it for funding.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Justin, a second from Ben. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. There you go, Clint.
Well, I want to say thanks. This is kind of learning experience for me, and I'm going to tell the landowner, and he'll appreciate it a ton because, like I said, he spent north of maybe $200,000 on the previous phases, so he'll appreciate the extra help. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Thanks.
Clint, will you add waterfowl to your species list?
Good golly, yeah. Sorry, I missed that.
Way to be on top of things.
Okay, with that, we're going to break for lunch. It's 12:17. We'll plan to be back on at 1 o'clock. And lunch is served just outside in the hallway right here. So, Daniel, if you put us on mute, we'll stop the stream and break for lunch. And we'll be back at 1. Okay, we're gonna get going here. All right. Okay, our next project. Thanks everybody for coming back. Jim is going to present to us Project 5923. Let us know, tell us all who you are first.
Jim Lamb, not wildlife biologist, habitat restoration biologist down in Lowell.
Still wildlife biologist.
Right. So for this Government Creek project, I prepared a little song. If you'll just key that music up for the Beverly Hillbillies, I'll get started. Government Creek Phase 3. This is pretty cool. Phase 3 is a mastication project, and I talked to Carl Albrecht, the legislator at SFW banquet Saturday, and he asked me when we were going to start doing projects on the boulder. I said, "Oh, we've already started. We should go for a ride, and I'll show you some." But this is a cool one because he'll be able to see this out of his living room window. And mastication projects kind of stick out there for a little while. It took us a little while to get archaeology done on this. They're right down here below this project area is the Bicknell Bottoms, and back couple hundred years ago there was a little spot there called Red Lake. Has a lot of Indian stuff around it, so it's kind of tricky doing work up in there, but we've got archaeology secured. We're ready to go forward with it. It's a pinyon juniper project primarily. It kind of gets right up into the edge of some ponderosa, and this project down low is to prepare these upper reaches on the Boulder Mountain for prescribed fire. Going forward, the forest is working on a forest-wide EA right now for prescribed fire across 4 different districts. This is the country we're going to treat right here. And this is some ag fields owned by a guy that's on a rack down in the southern region, Berlin King. So we want to treat right from his property up onto the mountain a ways. I think this one's around about 2,000-ish acres. So we've got that next picture back. So this is the dividing line. This little canyon right here is the dividing line between Phase 2 and Phase 3. So this is going to be going out to contract right here shortly. And then this is what we're here to talk about today is Phase 3. Phase 1 was handwork in pinyon juniper and also some work along Pine Creek. That contract will start tomorrow. And it's just removing pinyon juniper to try and create a little more food up there for deer and elk. It's a kind of a foothills area. It's a mountain brush community historically. We'd like to get it back to that. The Lost Lake Fire burned just a little ways east of here, just over, this is Government Point. The Lost Lake Fire burned right over this hill. It was 2,300 acres, burned in 2012. We've got quite a lot of elk coming across this country to go over and spend time in that Lost Lake Fire and use all those resources that are over there now. We'd really like to get some of this treated across here so that we could use fire some more, both to burn into that Lost Lake Fire scar and burn up to the rim to restore aspen. It's pretty thick. It's a jungle up there now. It's pretty scary. So that's our plan. That's how this Phase 3 fits into the grand scheme of things. We have Colorado River cutthroat trout in Pine Creek. We're hoping that some of this work we do up here on the foothills will stop some of that sheet erosion that happens when we have those really heavy monsoon rain events in July and August that we hope to have again. Haven't had them for a little while. And there's a big list of species there that are affected. Not too expensive if you compare them to Kendall's projects. So keep that perspective.
Hey Jim, quick question for you. I know that the Boulder has some really interesting dynamics with grazers, or there's multiple grazers and some of this. Are they excited for these projects, or what's their take and their opinion on some of this that's happening? Because I imagine this falls in some of their allotments. It's not a loaded question. We can chat later.
He's trying to say these people voted answer.
Yeah.
No.
Grazers love the projects because it gives them more feed and allows for better livestock distribution across the landscape. What they don't like about it is to say that the Division of Wildlife Health. Is that fair?
I think they're going to be good projects up there. I think it'll be great.
This is a great start. So the boulder is going to become a priority area pretty soon. We've been working on it for several years. It's out there. It needs to be done. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on it. This is kind of some precursors to get some things started there. The forest has been really, really excited to help with projects there. And the BLM that wraps around the western edge of the Boulder Mountain on the Parker area, they should have some NEPA completed either this year or next year to help them do a lot of work on their parcels of property. So we've teamed up with the livestock producers in the Dark Valley allotment, which is in this same area, on some pond work 3 years previous to this. And so they have a new pipeline in. They've got some great ponds. There's water in them. 2 mornings ago when I was counting grouse out there, there's still water in them from being filled last fall. So we've got them cleaned, clayed. We disked the clay in. The pipeline supplies water to the ponds, and then the water's there all fall, winter, and spring for deer, elk, and pronghorn and sage grouse to use. We've got prairie dogs out across that country. They don't really get into this phase 3 area. We had some prairie dogs in phase 1, but we don't have prairie dogs in phase 3.
Are those sage grouse? Are they sage grouse coming down from Parker Mountain, or are these or is this a separate group?
No, this is Parker Mountain grouse.
Did you say phase 2 was out for contract already?
No, we just got the consultation back on it.
So
we have to have the thing that's remaining on it now. I talked to Devin yesterday. The thing that's remaining now is the vegetation surveys have to be done the same year that you implement. So we couldn't get it done last fall because of archaeology. We've got that done now, and we're just waiting. There's a last chance town Sandia that falls within that area.
Are you gonna do it in spring or this fall?
Spring.
Could you add some of this to it?
Phase 3 or maybe. It's about 2,000 acres, and this is about 2,000 acres. So.
No seed though, so you could.
No seed. Yeah, there's enough understory. I think it's going to take off. There's anywhere. I've got some other pictures in phase 2 and phase 1 that kind of show what the potential, the bitter brush potential is there. Anytime we have an opening that's been created by an old fire or some beetle kill or something like that, we have really good response from both serviceberry and bitter brush. And that's what we're hoping for here. Get it opened up, get some sun on the ground, and get some more water in the dirt.
Any other questions?
I love it. I'll make the motion that we tentatively approve it for funding consideration.
Okay. Okay, we've got a motion from Justin, second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. All right. Thank you, Terry. Thanks, Jim. Okay, next project, UKT Table Mountain. Curtis.
UKC Table Mountain. I'm presenting this project today on behalf of the BLM, and we're really excited about this project. For those of you who are familiar with the area, this is on the Paunsaugunt Plateau.
Tell these guys who you are.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I'm Curtis Roundy. I'm the habitat restoration biologist in Cedar and cover kind of Garfield, Iron King, Washington County, that general area of the world. So, Paunsaugunt Plateau. So Upper Kanab Creek EA has been one that we've been working on over in this area for several years now. There's been lots of different phases of Upper Kanab Creek project. The thing that makes this project unique to Upper Kanab Creek is it was not in the original EA assessment area. So we've kind of finished working in the area that was covered by that original document. And we started getting collar data on the Paunsaugunt about 3 years ago from the mule deer. And through the migration initiative and that collaring effort, we have learned a lot about the migration corridors on the Paunsaugunt. And turns out that this area of the world is the heart of that migration area. If you'll go to documents, there's a migration heat map. So this big red line right here, it runs right through Table Mountain. And this is where this project is located at. So the bulk of the Paunsaugunt mule deer use this as their I-15 travel corridor to get from the top of the Paunsaugunt to the Buckskin Range in their winter range. And so when we started putting all of this data together, it was very apparent to us that we probably should have included this in the original environmental assessment and been able to do work in here. So the Division of Wildlife worked with the folks at the BLM and asked them to continue moving far enough that we get outside of the boundaries of this major migration corridor. And that's the reason why this project is being presented today is they have got the ability to add it in under a DNA, which is really their terminology for accepting the assessment that was done in the original. It's close enough to it and directly adjacent to it that all the criteria fits. And so the work is there. This is showing pictures of adjacent to it. We've done some of the projects in the Upper Kanab Creek, and this is the response that we've got from those projects previous, and expect to see similar results in this area. So one thing that's maybe a little different is the pictures you're seeing here, maybe the lower elevation. This is about 700 feet, 600 feet higher up a big clay face on top of a bench is where this project sits. And we have a little bit taller brush there and a bitter brush component that if we can get this project done, I think we can save some of that browse component where it's transitional habitat, maybe even some winter range habitat. We hope to save some of that and be able to have that already in place, not needing to reestablish it, but reestablish some of the forbs and grasses as they're traveling back to the top of the plateau. This would be one of their key stopover holding points. And so, you know, it's 1,882 acres of mastication with seed, and there is sage grouse in the area. So sage grouse have been using their southernmost lecking point was a couple of miles to the west of where this is located. But since we've done the projects that are leading up to this, we've then had some collared sage grouse that have came and used areas just below in the basin below, which is not where they would have normally gone to. But because of the work we've done, they've started using those areas. And so we feel like this is another area that, you know, it's maybe not mapped in their habitat area, but it's right on the boundary of it. And we've seen use in areas where we didn't expect them to come to. And so we would expect that to be the case here. In this project area is used by sage grouse as well. Wild turkeys are in and throughout this area. They use it year round. The headwaters of Kanab Creek starts directly adjacent to this project. And so the fact that there's a stream drainage and riparian habitat right next to it lends to really good turkey habitat. So it's all public land, turkey hunting opportunities, deer hunting opportunities, elk hunting opportunities. And in the upper ends of the drainage above this is kind of where we see the black bear, but if the snow gets really deep and they haven't gone to their dens, they could bump down looking for food. But lots of hunting opportunities and really, really important area for Paunsaugunt mule deer. So with that, I'll take any questions you guys have.
Project with the 20,000 ask. Go ahead, Randy.
Oh, I was just going to say, you mentioned that you had the one sage grouse select down there. Is there more than one? I'm actually trying to find it on my sage grouse app right now, that area. What's the population? Is it just
the lek there? So it's a few miles to the east of where this is located. So if you look up, I don't know if you can search by name, but Ford Pasture is the southernmost lek for those sage grouse. And they've been on again, off again on using that lek depending on the winter and, you know, where the snow line is at. The more common lek is up closer to the town of Alton. So maybe 15, 18 miles a little northeast of there. But definitely sage grouse using the area, and the collaring efforts that Nikki Fry and the Utah State University Extension team has been doing has been showing us that these grouse are using these treated areas, moving further east than we normally would have seen them using.
I believe.
Okay. Awesome. And I'll just throw in, so a quick plug. A couple of years ago, I took a sage grouse out of western box elder, and that area had been burned. It had been changed several years before, then burned. 2 years later, we had sage grouse in there, and that's where I took some sage grouse out of. So it can and will make a difference.
Cool. Gary?
I was just gonna add that there's some neck searching going on with all this treatments that's been done, observing that they're moving. There's some infrared stuff. I know that it all got pushed back because there was equipment problems this year, so it'll be next year, but this is an area they want to look at and say, are we seeing expansion and changes in how they're liking in the area.
Okay. Other questions?
I'd really love to see this go across the road.
Yeah, we would also love to see it go across the road. Unfortunately, in our last meeting with the monument manager, she kind of gave us the gloom and doom of it's not looking promising under the current administration to do work on the monument, but it's a drastic difference. You can drive out there and the line where the monument boundary is decadent, dead sage, poor understory, no growth, and you notice it in the patterns of the wildlife. If you look at the collaring data, you'll notice that the deer will come off the top of the mountain, stop in the Carly Knoll Bullhog, which is directly below where this Table Mountain Bullhog is planned for, and they'll hold over there for 5, 6, 7 days in a holdover pattern, and then they will just shoot through the monument clear to their wintering zone where they stay for the rest of the winter. There are no stopovers. They don't wait. They don't hold up. They do 15, 18 miles in one day, in one 24-hour cycle, whereas and it's taking a toll on their overall health and ability to be healthy when they get to the winter range. And so what we're trying to do is work where we have the ability to work and create more habitat along that main migration corridor to give them that stopover, holdover nutrition so that when they get to the end of the road, they have as good of a chance to overwinter as we can possibly give them. So until we have the ability to work on the monument, we will continue to do what we can where we can, and this is as close as we can get to the monument without being on it. So
what monument's that?
It's the Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument. So
if you do or don't know the history, its boundary has changed with every president in the last 10 years. And it's it's currently bigger than it used to be.
Yeah, and there was a palette for working on the monument 4 or 5 years ago, and we thought we were going to have a couple really awesome big projects on there, and then it just, for one reason or another, the archaeology didn't work out or something didn't work out, and so we've failed to do a lot of good things that we'd like to do on there. But as soon as we can, we'd love to jump across the road, but for now we're going to work where we can work, and we've got a 5-year plan kind of working east and north, kind of up into some of these areas along the monument boundary to plan for projects in the future on and adjacent to that main migration path that we're seeing coming off the top. And so that's our goal, is to use that collar data and try to create habitat along the way that will benefit those animals.
Okay,
cool.
We have a motion on this one.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion from Steve and a second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate your time today.
Thanks, Curtis. All right. Next projects, 6031, Thousand Lakes.
If you can toss up that image of the sage-grouse map.
Is it in documents or is
And I think it might be documents.
or this one?
Hold that one. Yep, that one right there. Okay, Thousand Lake Mountain. So these are the circles around the Tidwell sage-grouse lake right here. Sitting right here is Geyser Peak that's had a fire on it. Sitting right here is 10 Hole Peak that's had a fire on it. So we have some of these grouse
mid and late brood rearing that use these burned areas. What we'd like to do is bring a treatment right through the middle of this. You can jump to map this project now and then adjacent projects. I want to show you how this project ties in with this Mahogany project and ties in with our last chance projects. This is just a continuation of pinyon juniper removal to benefit deer, elk, and sage grouse and turkey. This comes along Highway 72 and then goes through a little pass right here, and then this little spot right here is called Garden Basin. We'd like to get Garden Basin back to being a garden. It grows tremendous juniper trees, because there's good soil moisture in it. It also grows serviceberry that's 12 feet tall. It's got a really good understory of forbs and grasses. We'd like to be able to take those trees out of there. We did. This is what kind of response. This is a little lightning scar from 25-ish years ago. The bitter brush and serviceberry just pops right back into those openings, and that's what we're hoping for. We did 800 and something acres of lock and scatter there. Just finished it last year. This is the area that we're going to be treating right across here. These are the foothills. We've got this. This is sage flat. This has a kind of a sage grouse lek in it. They're there off and on. Kind of depends. 2 or 3 males at a time right here where I'm taking the picture from. They'll start right here. So we've got this cleared off as part of the Mahogany project. We cleared off this bench up that way as part of the Mahogany project. We'd like to continue it across those foothills and also make some groceries for some deer and elk. Really good country back in there. You can see the serviceberry, and there's some mountain mahogany there also. Borders Capitol Reef National Park. So a lot of our deer and elk come through this area and then spend the winter out there in the Aikland Peak country out in Capitol Reef. Last time that we surveyed it 3 years ago, we had 1,600 elk in the park and on the east side of the park. We could provide some groceries up here on some of this bench ground off of Thousand Lake Mountain by taking some of those trees out. It'd be great to hold some of those elk on the forest rather than have them go down in the park. Any questions about this one?
Same question as last time. You've got the contract out on this one already on the phase before this.
The lock and scatter is, so they finished. This was kind of funny. It got like 8 days before Christmas last year, and they were still cutting. And the foreman called me one morning and said, "Hey, we won't be there. Don't go." And I said, "Well, you just taking the day off or what?" And he said, "No, my guys got up this morning and said they were going home for Christmas, and they got in the van and left me." So there's 108 acres or something left in the Polk Creek.
Well, you got to get some Christmas off, Jim.
Yeah. I'd have bought him a turkey to roast. Yeah, so they've got to come back and finish that, but I don't have, this one doesn't have a contract out right now.
Yeah, Mother's Day is coming up. Maybe that would be a good time to bring them out.
I'll work on that.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay, I have a motion from Tyler, a second from Justin. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion passes. All right. Last one from Southern Region. Bicknell Bottoms Committee Enhancements.
All right.
So maybe before you start, I'll just say this is a high priority from Salt Lake, from my standpoint, as well as our director's office. And so we have indicated to our Southern Region folks that if there needs to be additional assistance for Bicknell, then they should come bring that to us. And so that's why Jim is here. And go ahead.
A lot of moving parts on this. Probably a year ago, Gary and I started kicking around the idea of revising the management plan for Bicknell Bottoms. And as we started to prepare, we kind of talked about doing it in the wintertime. Anyway, we got a committee together and started looking at some of the different issues, and the committee took some real ownership in this And it was kind of fun to watch them come together as a group and start to bring ideas and bring suggestions. So we have, it's about 640 something acres there in a waterfowl management area. It's a really cool place. If you want to jump to a few of the pictures. Let's not do that one. Let's start here. Yeah. So there's an area on the south side of the Bicknell Bottoms where Leon Bogadol years ago walked me up there and said, you know, wouldn't it be nice to have some storyboards here that told the story of what a working marsh looks like, what a phenomenal wetland in southern Utah looks like. So this is from the top of that hill. This is the Egan Fish Hatchery. The Egan Fish Hatchery provides all of the eggs for our state and probably about a quarter of the eggs that the rest of the western United States uses for trout. These, you can drive a truck through every one of those doors. They spawn lots of fish in there. They've got like 5 age classes of fish in there. So this is a story that could be told in conjunction with Bicknell Bottoms. They use about 23 acre feet of water for this facility, and that water was obtained through purchasing some of these other properties. Okay, go to the next one. This is looking at Pine Creek running right through here. The Fremont River runs right up here somewhere, and out in the middle of this marsh. So this is that old Red Lake area in the Blackhawk, where there's one recorded incident where the soldiers came over to the west side of this Red Lake and had a little skirmish with the Indians. At one time, they could get on there with boats and fish for fish. And then something occurred down here, what they call the gap, lets the water out now, but it's really flat across there. The river, if you look at aerial photos from going back to about 39 to present, the river kind of is where it is, and then it picks a new place, and then it's where it is for a while, and then it picks a new place. So right now, they'd like to, the committee members would like to figure out a way to get the water to move through Bicknell Bottoms just a little better so that downstream water users can utilize irrigation rights. So some of the stuff in our proposal has to do with that. If you want to go to finances, let's start walking through some of the things on the finance page. So this item right here is to put a road and something up on top of that hill where you could showcase the marsh, maybe showcase some of the Bicknell Fish Hatchery. Okay, to figure out where the river would predominantly like to go through the marsh, what we'd like to do is bring a drone down and map it with topography going through there. And in addition to that, put some dye in the water and actually physically walk along where the dye goes. So that we can then bring the Marsh Master in. The Marsh Master, you guys know what those are, right? So we want to use the Marsh Master to kind of tramp the vegetation down and spray it so that we can have a corridor through there where the cattail is dead. And hopefully this water will begin to follow that course. And that will help move the water through the wetland. So that's kind of the piece of conveying the water through the wetland from the Fremont River above it, from Pine Creek that comes in kind of on the southwest corner, getting it into the combined, those two combine into the Fremont River that goes down through Capitol Reef down to Hanksville, past Torrey and Teasdale. And all of those places have water rights associated with the river. So this was an ask from the committee, from the sportsmen on the committee to give. So let's see. Let's go to that map.
On the pictures?
Yeah. All right. Currently, I have some upland area right here where I grow some grain. There's also a little bit of upland stuff right down here. Right at this location, if there was a bridge across that river, you could access all of this property in here and a little bit of this property over into here, and you could do it without waders. There's water in there, but you can kind of work around it, or you could do it with just muck boots. So the sportsmen and the fishermen both said, if you had a bridge right here so that we could access some of this other country to hunt pheasants and waterfowl up here and to fish all of these little fingers, that would be a benefit to them. So I reached out to one of our engineers that we contract with all the time and just said, all right, if we ever wanted to go out into this middle portion with a piece of equipment on a small tractor and maybe plant some grain or maybe do something in an upland capacity out there for pheasants to be out in there. So can you design me a bridge and just give me a rough idea of what that would look like? So if we go back to finances, that's our $200,000 bridge. That includes permitting, concrete abutments, a single span steel bridge, 5.5 feet wide with handrails on both sides, but strong enough that you could drive a small tractor across it with some implements. We do have other options for a bridge. We can put a redneck bridge in that's some posts in the center, some utility poles, some decking on the bridge with a handrail on one side. We can do that. We'll have to get some, we'll have to do some permitting along with that. I don't even know, did we put that even in here? Or is that just one of our considerations? Okay, it's not there yet. So, all right, we'll keep working down through this. So we'll talk about a bridge in a minute. Okay, one of the things the committee felt would be important was for sportsmen and fishermen parking off the county road. We have our properties adjacent to it. We have a place that we can build a parking area. So I just asked a local contractor about what it would cost to do the 2 parking areas. So there we have 2 parking areas, gravelled surface, and then the fencing we'll get to in a minute. Put a pin in that for a second. All right, this goes along with our Marsh Master, the chemicals that we'll need to spray for the corridor that we try and create for the river to follow to get water through it. If you jump back to the map, we'll talk about this prescribed fire. So
the PDF map?
Yes. So this portion right in here has got quite a lot of cattail in it. We burned about 2/3 of this.
207 acres.
Yeah. How many years ago?
2017.
Okay. We'd like to retreat that with fire. During the committee process, I called our fire warden, Brian Terry, and just asked him whether or not he could do that this spring. He didn't have enough time or help to do that this spring, but he said he could update the burn plan and we could certainly do it next March. So this is planned to do next March, to do a fire right in there of about a couple hundred acres. Now these little blue lines, these are the lines where we think, just looking at aerial photos and Google Earth imagery and Onyx imagery, this is what we think needs to be opened up to help the water move with the Marsh Master. That's about 7,000 feet total, 7,100 feet. That may change a little bit depending on what we find with the drone and the dye. We've invited our committee members to come and help us. I think our drone is set up sometime in May, so that in July we'll actually know what these routes are. We'll have these routes mapped by July when the money becomes available. We'll be able to get the equipment and the spray and do that portion of it. And that'll probably have to be done every year for a couple of years to get it to have the full effect, to kill the vegetation and see if the water's going to choose to go through there. So prescribed fire, bridge, parking areas.
We better throw out the fence. We
Oh,
had
fencing.
Daniel
Right.
yesterday. We've got some fencing that we were hoping to put in. We're learning this year that fencing material is not available. Contractors can't deliver by June 30th. So we wanted to carry it over. And then we talked to Daniel yesterday, and it probably makes more sense rather than carry over the money to cancel that project and add a line item to this one. So it's all together, but we don't have that line item there yet.
So in that project, there's $42,400 that we could turn back to the WRI or Habitat Council. I got it from you a year ago to do the fencing, and when we started into this committee process, I was going to do the fencing contract for. Let's go to that PDF map one more time, and we'll talk about all the fencing that needs to be done. Sorry. All right, this piece right here. So our property goes up and kind of has a funny corner right here. This 16-ish acres was traded to Seth Taft, completed in 2020. They traded it for a 16-ish acre piece right here. So we have a good fence right here. We do not have any fence right there. We do not have a fence right here. So this piece needs to be completed. This piece needs to be completed. 40 foot by 200 foot parking area here. And right down here, a 40 foot by 150 foot parking area there. Those are all the different components of the fencing. Now, in the original, in the money that I got last year, the 42,000, that was for this fence and this fence. Didn't know about some of this other stuff at that time. So we could turn that 42,000 back and throw it back into the new proposal. A lot of moving parts. How many questions do we have?
I just want Jim, this was a result of a committee that you guys put together down there, and will this satisfy that committee?
I think the committee is really pleased with the end product that we have. I think the commissioners are in favor. The committee members, some of these ideas were their ideas. One of the things that we talked about with them was how do we phase these different pieces rather than just biting off and trying to do all of it at one time. And so the ask was, can we do the Marshmaster stuff this year? Can we schedule the fire? Can we get the parking areas in place? And can we get the bridge in?
Those are kind of the commitments we said, this is what we'll go for year one. Tim's added this road up to the top to be the overlook. Since then, if we can drop that, we can do it. I don't know the financial situation of the council right now. I don't know if you're needing a shrink or if you've got extra. So this is our, if we can have everything we want on list, but there's scalability to all of this.
They are on board.
So let me address it in a different way than Jim did. I will go next Monday in front of the Wayne County Commission. And so the committee helped consider a goals, objectives, and strategies document for Bicknell Bottoms. I've since then written a revision of the habitat management plan, which has been provided to the Wayne County Commission. I'll present that to them on Monday. We will know better then.
Okay.
If that goes well, I anticipate being back here presenting that same habitat management plan to you guys 2 weeks from now in the final Habitat Council meeting.
The members of the committee who are part of either the county commission or that constituent group have been on board with this approach, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
To varying degrees.
So jump to partners in the project details. This just give you some idea of who we had on our committee. Yeah, expand that big. So Troy, you know him, SFW. Dave Mahana on the Blue Ribbon Council for the state of Utah. Mike James runs a fly fishing business there in the valley called the Quiet Fly Fisher. Jeremy Bone, his dad managed the Bicknell Bottom or the Egan Hatchery for a number of years. He grew up in Loa. He hunts waterfowl in the valley a lot. Scott Christensen lives in Loa. He's just developed a commercial hunting area with Seth Taft. They're on the north side of the Bicknell Bottoms. Dennis Blackburn, one of our commissioners. Steve Albrecht's a town council member, brother to Carl Albrecht in the legislature. Seth Taft just owns property right north of the Bicknell Bottoms. Boone Taylor owns property on the west of the Bicknell Bottoms. Kerry Cook is on the Fremont River Conservation District. He's the chair of that. Philip Pace owns property in Pori, and Mike Christensen owns property in Hanksville. So those were the members of our committee.
Is this going to drain that wetland?
It's too flat to be able to drain it, but if we could move the water through it a little better, that would definitely help these guys and the Fremont Conservation District.
So at this level, it's a compromise to say dredging is not on the table yet. We did commit to that if this doesn't satisfy people, that we'll pursue permits. We don't anticipate those permits would be approved, but it's on the table.
So if we want to dredge, we have to go
through
404.
So what kind of water rights do you have for Bicknell Bottoms?
Well, the division owns about 34 CFS water rights there. For some of it is assigned to the Egan Hatchery, and then some of it I irrigate with.
Is that enough? And are they senior enough that?
We actually, yeah, we've had those water rights since the 60s. So they're secure.
And their dates are back in the 1800s.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where they came from originally.
This may be an unrealistic concern, but there's a TMDL on the hatchery to deliver, clean water out of the wetland. Will this affect that water cleansing, if that's what you want to call it, out of the hatchery?
Interestingly enough, they have so Fremont River is a 404, is a 303D impaired waterway for several different things, and the cleanest place in the river is just east of the Bicknell Bottoms. So the wetland's working great at cleaning the water right now. I think it will continue to clean the water very well, regardless of what we do here.
And these treatments should be below the intakes where the hatchery's poured from, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of our farming, we actually talked in committee about irrigating some of the properties above the hatchery, and the hatchery people from, oh man.
Pine Creek is Whirling disease positive. So
Yes.
when you ask about water rights, we actually have some of our water rights in non-use because we currently don't have enough property we can irrigate with them to use them. We're working with the guys out of the FES and Logan. They're going to come down and look at and see if there's some areas that have enough separation that we can feel confident to expand in the future. But that's a figure it out in the future type of plan.
Okay. Yeah, that was going to be my next question. If you have enough water, can you increase? I don't know what hunting pressure is like down there, but it's
tremendous.
Pardon?
It's tremendous.
Can you increase the huntable area through?
So that's one of the goals you'll see in the plan is we're going to expand. We've got currently the one upland game area that Jim farms actively every year.
That's right here.
We're going to add a second area. Regardless, we're going to add a second area. It will either be just a release area, but if we're able to irrigate it, we'll also do some vegetation stuff there.
So about the third week of March, I got some seed through the Bicknell Bottoms money that's assigned to the WMA through Lynn Zubek. So this area right here, this area right up through there was all planted third week of March, right in front of those storms that came through the state with tall wheatgrass, Russian wild rye, Utah bee plant, and annual sunflower. We'll see how those seedings do. And then I'm going to do some additional seedings here and here. Is that right? Yep, right there.
But with these
and right here.
Currently, there's no ability to
Yeah.
irrigate it.
It's just dry land seedings, but I'll do these in July, hopefully just prior to the monsoon.
Are there any other marshes you can develop with the water to create additional waterfowl habitat?
We pretty much own all the wetland in the area. The adjacent landowners want it for their grazing. There's not a lot of options to. We've got the footprint.
In the southern region, this is the busiest marsh on opening day of the waterfowl season, both duck and goose. It's got more hunters here than anywhere else in our region. Between Christmas and the end of or between Thanksgiving and the end of the season, it's a pretty busy place. And this is like where the waterfowl come to rest and feed and hang out, and then they head out into all the grain fields from Fremont, Loa, Lyman, Bicknell, and guys gun them in all those grain fields. We have about 400 to 500 resident geese in the valley, and I don't know how many thousand ducks move through there. The midwinter waterfowl surveys usually in the several thousands on ducks. It's a great place, and the waterfowl know where it is. They like it.
So out of looking at the finances again, so out of that, that's 277. Yeah. So out of that 277, 200,000 of that is the bridge, right?
Mm-hmm.
So straight up,
we could set the bridge aside right now. Just set the 200,000 over here, and let's talk about the rest, and then we'll talk about another bridge option. Is that fair? That sound okay, Gary?
You want to hit the bridge right now? I mean, straight up, $200,000. That's our pie in the sky. This is our dream list. We would love to have a bridge like that. We've also got a $20,000 option that's made out of telephone poles and other stuff that'll get us across. We're not going to be able to get a tractor across there, but we don't necessarily have to be doing farming on the other side of the river anyway. So that's an option that's there. There's even a $2,000 option. We can invite all the junior high kids to come over and stack sticks and make something work. So it's scalable. So it's just a matter of.
So aside from maintenance access, does that bridge get you more public access accountability?
Yeah.
Yes. So that's an important thing to mention.
And I think we're committed to, it's very important to us to do the bridge this year. It doesn't have to be the $200,000 bridge. If you've got the money sitting here, we'd be thrilled to do it. But I've already heard it's not going to work. But,
so I took a couple of kids down here to hunt pheasants this last fall. We'd go midweek on purpose. We'd go in the afternoon. The fewest hunters that were there on the trips that we made were 27 on the 12-ish acres of upland area. Because nobody wanted to cross the river. Well, actually, there were 2 people hunting across the river one day. They both left waders and gone across. There's a lot of pressure there in that little area, and we'd love to open up that interior portion for them to hunt in. We have lots of birds that fly over there. And we have lots of waterfowl hunting out in the middle of there.
Then the other thing you need to add is the way they're going to do the fence option. If they're going to cancel their current project and move the fence over here, we might need to add that $42,000 to this project as well.
I commend you guys for your efforts down there, and I know the Habitat Council largely doesn't understand, what's going on down there, but if that amount of money buys, not even support, if it just, settles things down there politically, it would be a huge benefit to the Division of Wildlife. And it's a small price tag to pay if we can just quiet it down and allow our guys to work down there and not be obstructed at every turn.
Is the die and drone option, is that going to prove that water is moving through that area faster?
It's put together more as an opportunity to say to design where we want to put that corridor, to just do it a little bit more intelligently than just Jim saying, I feel like it goes through here and gives just a little more data.
And I'm worried about us putting all this effort into it, and without some kind of empirical data that says that the water is moving through faster, it's just going to be them saying it's not going through any faster and us saying it is.
And what they're going to need to see is something visual, and it doesn't have to be data driven. They need to see a corridor of moving water. That's the biggest thing they're going to need to see. We've talked hard about if there's a way to do data, and it would be very difficult. We've got there's a gauging station just below the WMA, and we're going to be able to continue to measure that. But there's so many sources and springs built all throughout it. We're not going to be able to identify where the contribution has increased or decreased into.
Or if I do something really weird.
We totally
Might as well.
I was really disappointed that you didn't start singing.
Where are we going
I
with
was
this, Jim?
ready for that.
Remember, this is a live show.
All right. What I thought I'd do is, if I can grab this image on my phone and just hand my phone around, I think.
What is the breakdown on this one? I don't see that.
Not a lot of big game in this one.
Got it. 40 upland, and this is, I think you guys set these numbers for the southern region. 40 upland, 40 waterfowl, and 20 sport fish.
Okay, just send that around and take a gander at the number of springs that are around the west edge of that Bicknell Bottoms. There are 50, 70 something springs that border the west side from basically Deegan Hatchery clear around to Highway 24. So there's a ton of water coming into this system, and this system is an old lake. It's an old lake bed. The fall from one side of it to the other, 1.25 miles, is 0.0000014. It's flat. Yeah, it's flat. So there's no slope to it at all, and I don't by moving a little more water through it, we're going to affect the wetland for sure. We'll probably actually maybe improve the fishery and allow fish to move a little bit better back and forth through there. We're still gonna have plenty of water there for waterfowl. We're still gonna be able to do things for pheasants. We're still gonna be able to fish there. I mean, it's a great place. You guys wanna see a neat place, come see this. It's a cool place. It's a cool place to walk around. Just a cool place to be at.
So, and maybe the discussion about the finance part comes at the next meeting. I don't know, but there's some scalability to everything we've talked about.
And I think we're perfectly comfortable if you guys want to just sit on it till the next meeting and really think about everything that's involved there. I mean, there's a lot of, like I said at the start, there's a lot of moving parts here, and Gary and I have been tied into it for a long time. I've been tied into it for 30 years. So there's a lot of cool stuff there, but it's a lot to digest all at once.
So we know where Drew stands on this, but I need other thoughts here.
Could you do the engineering of the bridge like this year or something like, or is that?
I think, Danny, that depends on what kind of a bridge you choose to do.
I think that's, if we decide, yes, we want to put in the $200,000 bridge, yes, we just do the engineering this year. And that would show movement. But I do think it's a worthwhile discussion to say, do we need a $200,000 bridge across Pine Creek? And I'm shooting you straight. I'm torn.
Whose idea was the bridge?
Sportsman.
Does it have to move people and equipment or just people?
At a minimum, people, and that's why I say it's scalable.
Yeah, like a four-wheeler.
In the best world, we'd love to get a tractor across there sometimes, but it's not necessary.
Well, there's
no
no median bridge to choose from. It's 200,000 or 20.
Unless you guys have a great idea. We're open to great ideas. Yeah.
Like an aluminum bridge or something strong enough.
What's your opinion, Jim? Are you gonna farm it? If you put in the $200,000 bridge, you gonna plant some stuff over there? Or?
It's never been farmed before. It had meadow hay cut off of it in the 40s. The wet years that the state had in the early 50s, there was a lot of flooding that happened then, and it kind of changed that system down there a little bit. And I don't think any mechanical harvest was taken off of that Bicknell Bottoms country since then. It's just been livestock grazing. Now there's a little high spot out there where they used to stack that meadow hay, and they had they had a stack yard there where they had a fence around it, and they fed cows out of that. That little area that's just a little bit higher could possibly be made into some kind of a food plot if we could get equipment to it. I think we could do that, or we could try to do that with an ATV, which requires the same kind of a bridge as a pedestrian would use. We wouldn't need to worry about the weight of a tractor. We could take an ATV out, one of those small discs, and we could try and see what that did without spending the money on that really expensive bridge. So that's an option too.
In Farmington Bay, they have all kinds of metal footbridges going over channels and stuff. So I don't know what those cost.
I was thinking about those two. The ones that kind of go up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think you couldn't
Past
take
years
an
we
ATV
paid for a
over
bunch of those.
They're effective footbridges.
One of our challenges is this is 50 feet wide.
Is what?
50 feet wide.
Some of those like,
From the high water marks where you put the concrete bases or
Thanks.
some
Probably
folks.
stand at 30 feet, I would guess. At least.
you could pick one up when you pick up their Marsh Master.
So
Oh,
I liked your question, but the reality is, I think, yeah, there probably are designs between 200,000 and 20,000. If we want to get a tractor across, we've got to go to the 200,000. If it's just to get people across, there's no need to spend more than
Right.
20,000.
But the wood one's gonna last, what, 10, 15 years?
Yeah, it's gonna be
Brought out.
We'll have to work on it.
Right back.
Oh, no, I'll build it a lot better than that.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
His style.
Okay, so what are your thoughts? I mean,
Just approve it and kick it to next meeting. And it's gonna blow up the budget for waterfowl. It is right now.
It's already blown up. We can maybe buy toilet paper for the outhouses.
okay, so that's an option. We could approve it for the full amount, and when we actually come to budgeting the project, then it could get scaled back at that point. But at least if the money were there, it's already been approved at the full amount.
And you're gonna call SFW and see if they're help and fund this like they fund some on the farm.
Especially where Troy is on the
And Troy was
That's what
there.
I was thinking.
Troy, you're online. Call you.
Do
if you do that, I'll come to that meeting with some very, I mean, we'll present, ideally, I really believe I'll be presenting the plan itself, and I'll have solid numbers that we can scale to on each of these categories, including ones.
Yeah, it'd be good to know if there's
we're willing to drop this year.
an engineering component, and maybe that would be easier to cover for the first year, and then we plan to have you come back.
And I have the documents from the engineering company with the breakdowns of the different pieces. I don't think I loaded it into here.
Throw them on there. That'd be good to throw them on.
Real quick, I'm a little shaky on the answer. If you had a bridge, would you farm it? How much could you actually farm over there?
That's a good
Are you
question.
talking like 8 acres,
No,
50 acres.
about 4.
4 acres?
Probably.
Yeah, but my upland area on that I have right now is only 8. So it's not, I don't have a lot of farming there because the marsh itself provides so much food.
Right.
That the farming is just kind of to augment it and give them a place where they can get some groceries fast.
$180,000 difference to farm 4 acres doesn't seem like a great trade-off to me.
And that's why we brought these different, we're talking these different options.
I'm totally torn.
My recommendation would be funded at the $20,000 level. And if we ever got to the point where we said, hey, there's more opportunity to farm more, we could always bring in a bridge down the road. That's my thinking. But if we want to fund the whole thing now and scale it back at our next meeting and have that conversation, I'm okay with that too. It just seems like the trade-off is really minimal.
Part of the rationale was for parking, as I recall, and just making sure that, that we can get sportsmen over there, which right now they really can't. Is that true?
They park along the county road, but not many sportsmen want to come and hunt pheasants in chest waders.
Right.
To cross the river and do that. There's a family that comes down every opening weekend. They're from the Salt Lake or Lehigh area, and I have a small boat down there. And I met them down there one day and just said, hey, my boat's right there. You guys can use it all you want. So they ferry 20-something people across the river with my boat. And then they hunt that middle part.
So you need a camera
for 2 days.
I guess one of the things that I feel strongly about, and I urge the people that work for me to do, is if you need something, do it right. And you don't buy a Yugo and then want a Lamborghini down the road. If you need a bridge to get people across, whatever that is, and if it costs $200,000, it costs $200,000 if you're going to do it right. And the other thing is if a member of this group, if it was this was something that they wanted, and in good faith, we sat down with them and negotiated this, then I feel strongly that we follow through with this, not something less than what they want. And I say that because this group that was put together down there was put together to offset a lot of difficulties that we've had in that neck of the woods. And if we come back to them and we build a $20,000 bridge, when in fact that isn't what's going to buy us the piece that we need to do our job from here on out, we failed, and we've allowed you guys to fail, and that's not fair to you guys. And I want to make that clear.
What we're doing with the Marsh Master is more important to that piece.
Right. And it's less about
I'm not trying to throw our own project under.
No, I'm not either. I'm defending what you guys have done. And I'm saying that it's less about the practical outcome than the piece it buys us, and hopefully better support for future projects down there in the future, which right now we don't have. And I think that's got to be a large consideration to this project.
Let's leave it open, Drew, for the next discussion. And then if you guys would meet with Troy, talk to Troy about funding some of it.
So we have motion.
Yes, motion to pass it.
Okay.
Leave it at the
second.
Okay, we have a motion from Steve and a second from Drew. The full amount. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Okay, we're unanimous, and motion carries. So
I was just thinking about the fence. We can't get the fence done this year.
No, I just put it out to bid.
We need to talk about that. Was
the window was too short.
There's some realities that we're learning from the contracting world that fast track fences aren't going to.
I mean, the only problem with having the fence at this point is it's just going to make the problem with the waterfowl fund even worse. So maybe we got to carry it over.
The reason we suggested putting it in here is because we don't want to carry over still. Obvious. Pushing back on the fence, but I don't need it though.
If I put this out to contract, this is what I was told by 2 fencing contractors. If I put this out to contract and I have a window of less than about 5 months, they won't bid on it because they don't feel confident they can get materials inside of 3 months. And they want a little bit of buffer.
How long is your fence, Jim?
0.389 miles. Not very long.
I just barely contracted a 14-mile fence, and I think the contractor used the remainder of all the fencing materials in the western U.S. to get the materials for that fence, and he's still short 8,000 stays for that fence. I don't know
And we just issued contracts for 2 more 14-mile fences and have no idea how that's gonna go.
So it's a gloom world to play in to try to think that you're gonna get a small one done like that.
So talking with these contractors, I said, all right, if I put a contract out today and had the end date in the end of October, is it possible to bid on it? And he said, I'd bid on it in a heartbeat, because that gives him a long enough window. So I'm talking with Daniel about the time frames to know that I have money approved for carryover funds or whatever. So if he tells me in the middle of August that I have funds available and I put a contract out with an end date of October, nobody bids on it because the window's, again, too short. So I'd have to stretch it to February. Yeah. Yeah, so
For the
anyway.
rest of the fiscal year. Because I mean, at this point, we're talking about, do we kick the fence to 24 now? Is that gonna make your committee mad?
How important was the fence?
The fence is something that was already just on the plan, so.
That little piece to enclose tafts has to be done.
We'll get that done.
We'll figure it out, yeah, internally, and that'll change how much money we need for fencing down the road. So if we choose to go carry over, we'll just bid it for 6 or 8 months. And we'll put it out for 6 or 8 months with the remaining, the parking areas, the whatever, and see if we can get some parking areas there before November.
All right. So the current motion is approved, and we'll go with that for now.
And then see you in a couple of weeks.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you,
All the
guys.
hard work on that. I appreciate it.
And we'll give you a report on how it goes with the county commission.
Yeah, dude,
We'll have a better
I'd be
sense.
interested.
True.
Are you guys gonna have a signed agreement with those guys to support, or is it just kind of left
They
open?
gave us a thumbs up.
I'm not kidding about it.
So much more.
All right. Okay, we're moving on here. It's gonna go long. We're gonna end early, maybe. A lot of discussion. Okay, we're gonna move on to some central region projects. First one, 5916, 12-mile watershed restoration. Welcome, Robbie.
Thanks. You guys moved fast today. I'm glad I texted Dan. I was like, should I come? Yeah, you're almost up. So we've been sitting here for an hour. But yeah, I'm Robbie Edgley. I'm a habitat restoration biologist out of Springville. And we've been working on the Manti for about 6 years now with the Forest Service out of the St. Pete district. Really trying to get high elevation, big game, summer range projects going. And we've chipped away at it. Can you do adjacent projects real quick? We started doing work about 4 years ago in Ephraim Canyon. And I hope to do our WRI field tour this summer up there to show you guys what we've been doing. Kind of been our pilot study. But after finishing that, the forest, we've been working on a 90,000 acre NEPA, basically moving from here, which is Ephraim Canyon, all the way up to, yeah, sorry, I'm in the wrong place. So yeah, zoom out. So this big chunk here is the South Manti project that we did last year for the cultural surveys, and we're working through that right now. And then if you zoom out even further, keep going all the way out. See if it'll pop up. So So we started working here in Ephraim Canyon about 4 years ago. And then we're right now working on the NEPA for all of this. This goes all the way up to Highway 6, ties into the fire. So pretty much our whole side of the Manti in our region from Skyline Ridge, we're basically working on treating for big game summer range. And this is almost done, and they're starting to pick projects within that. They're thinking up by Indianola. We'll start doing some work there next year. But what happened is about 1.5 years ago, our wildlife section came to us and said, we've been doing a lot of cougar control and we've got a lot of sportsman interest on the south end of the Manti. And we're like, well, we're doing all this work up here, but we can try and see if the Forest Service will be willing to also go down here. And they've been awesome working with us. And even though that this is a 90,000 huge undertaking NEPA-wise for them, they've been willing to do this south end of the Manti as well. And so basically, at the end of this year, we will pretty much have NEPA for the entire west side of Skyline Ridge on the Manti. So, basically enough work for most of my career to do. So this year on the 12-mile project, thanks to Sportsman dollars last year, we were able to get the wildlife surveys and the cultural surveys done. We're hopefully having it done in 1 year, and we're using a CE that the forest has to treat about 8,000 acres, or cleared NEPA for 8,000 acres in basically 1 year time. So going from just posing the idea of the forest and having treatments on the ground done in a year is pretty amazing.
So CE is a categorical.
Yeah, categorical exclusion. So just like a faster NEPA process for the forest. And so this fall, we're asking for money to start doing work within that NEPA area. And we doing a watershed scale project, not just doing these upward. So these are our treatments, about 700 acres of high elevation big game habitat within that cleared NEPA. But then we're also doing some work down on us on our WMA, 12-mile WMA, in kind of transitional winter range. These are some old chainings that we're going to go in and lock and scatter, and then this is new pinyon and juniper removal, bullhog work down here. And then, we're just looking at the whole ecosystem. Want to do some work in the stream, do some BDA work. They have a lot of erosion issues, landslides, and the NRCS is working with Mayfield to build a reservoir down here, and then a piping system and some other things to try to mitigate that landslide issue. And that's a $25 million NEPA or NRCS grant that they're working on getting. And by talking with the engineers and the NRCS and Mayfield, we're hopefully going to be able to get $4 million out of that grant to go towards big game, high elevation summer work in the future. So, but in order to include that work in their NEPA, they need a little bit of money, like $5,000. So we're asking for $5,000 to help tie into that. But it's just kind of a good timing thing. They're doing this huge project to address landslides, and we're already doing this other work. And so hopefully that all comes together. Maybe go to that map real quick.
Who's that $4 million coming from?
So hopefully it'll come. So the NRCS has this grant for $25 million with Mayfield to improve their water system. A lot of that's going to build a reservoir and then do some of that landslide stuff. But they, talking with them, they thought to do what they're proposing is only going to cost around $21 million. So they potentially could have $4 million additional if we include these treatments in their NEPA. So we've been just trying to talk with them, and hopefully it'll all work out. But it's like I'll pay $5 million to get $4 million, right? So hopefully it works out. So this is kind of, that was a big block last year, and since then we've been working hard with the Forest Service to identify actual treatment areas. So these are the areas that we're working with our archaeologists right now to clear, and we've done one round of goshawk surveys. We'll do another round this May, and so these are kind of the treatment areas that we'll have in 12-mile Canyon, 6-mile Manti, and then they really wanted to get some work on outside of my region, in the southeastern region, in the headwaters of the Muddy. So been working with T. Jacob to get that done as well. So a lot of great work coming. This is the lower elevation stuff, just juniper coming in that will lop and scatter. Going. This is more of the bullhog area. So we'll seed that and bullhog it to remove the juniper and get that understory vegetation back for a big game. We have deer collared in this area. They're kind of collared more to the south. So we're not just be able to show a lot of use on our WMA, but so we'll probably do a few different techniques in the higher elevation areas. I'm going to get Kendall out there with me and kind of have him help me decide exactly what are the best treatment methods. But this is a feller buncher that we're using up on the above Beaver right now on a project on a Beaver RX. This is the creek there in 12 Mile, so a lot of water flowing down there, a lot of sediment. So the idea is BDAs will help reduce that sediment transfer downstream. You can see a lot of the conifer encroaching the aspen. So hopefully by going in there and thinning out that conifer, we'll get the aspen to regen, get a lot more understory vegetation, and help the big game have more food. And then, yeah, the BDAs will also help build big game by increasing that riparian habitat, that high nutrient vegetation along the stream bank. And when we did our field tours up there, every beaver pond we stopped at, we saw a doe with fawns nearby. And so I think there's something to that, wanting to be close to water and vegetation. So what was that? Yeah. Here's one of the beaver ponds up there that's draining. So one of the things we're looking at, our fisheries guys really want us to actually bring in beavers back in here because these ponds are draining and they're not being able to sustain fish. And so they want us to get beavers back in there so they can stock them with trout and provide more opportunity for fishing. So it's a watershed level project. Our main focus is big game, but while we're there, we might as well do some other stuff that's cheap and benefits everything else. So there'll be benefits to forest grouse, fish, big game. It's a pretty expensive project, but
Some mallard on your list, is that legit?
Probably from, it's because of the reservoir from the NRCS project that we are showing as kind of part of the project, yeah. But.
Okay, other questions?
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay.
Second motion.
Okay, a motion from Tyler, a second from Jack. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Okay, Rob, next one. 5939.
Okay, yeah. Like I said, our main focus in our region is to benefit big game, and so that's what we focus on. But while doing big game projects, we can benefit everything else. And so this is one of those projects on the Stansbury's, really trying to benefit big game, and with a lot of different strategies, trying to impact different facets of the ecosystem. I guess we can start here. This is kind of mid-transitional zone, juniper and pinyon on the forest. We've done a lot of work. Allison's done a lot of work right down here when you were in my position, doing juniper removal, and we're finally getting on the forest. So it's about, I can't remember the acreage on that, but 1,600 acres juniper removal, bullhog. And then we're in here in Davenport, want to do some stream work. There's a lot of opportunity, I think, there to get just a stream that's a little more than a trickle into something that could hold fish. And then on these desert mountains, just holding water up in the mountain longer into the summer is critical for big game. And then speaking to that, using some artificial guzzlers, man-made water sources, proposing 4 of them. We have a few up there, but they're just getting hammered by elk. So I'll show some pictures with that. And then on the west side, we've had some fires that have taken out the winter range, a lot of the shrub component. And so we're working with the BLM to do some shrub restoration down there in that lower elevation winter range.
Quick question. What's the elk hunt on there? Is that a hams hunt now, or what did they?
The elk hunt, I'm pretty sure is still just, is it, I'm not sure actually on that. I don't know what that is.
Limited entry.
Is it limited?
Last time I checked, which.
Yeah.
I know we looked at it on the elk committee to change it to maybe a hams, if I'm remembering right, but that was.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure on that. So this is showing where those 2 guzzlers are over here that we're proposing. Tons of bighorn sheep use, mule deer. This is showing some of that west side where we've had the fires just take out the shrub component and just have, they seeded a lot of non-native grasses in there, and they just kind of keep the sagebrush from coming back naturally. So we're proposing to go in there with our Mad Max dozer. It scalps the ground and seeds at the perfect depth, bitter brush and sagebrush. And then we'll go in with shrub seedlings as well and just plant those in those scalped rows. And those are actually some bighorn that come down. And so I think we can really benefit the bighorn, and it's a crucial mule deer winter range. I think I have a map of some of the wildlife tracker points showing use. There's a lot of pronghorn out there too. Yeah, so this is the area that we're wanting to do the shrub restoration, just showing you how much use. This is bighorn, the red, and mule deer is kind of the lighter. And you have some cougars in there too, but it's a lot of use. And then on the guzzlers we're getting elk, just drinking them dry. I think they went out and with the drought, refilled them this summer. So if we can get some more guzzlers out there, it'll help. This is Davenport Creek, where we want to do the stream restoration work, help just keep that water up on the mountain. There, I'll show you, there's tons of big game use in this canyon as well. And like what we do, so the BDAs will come, are you familiar with the BDA, what it is? Yeah, just man-made beaver dam. They'll hold that water up, pool it, and then you get, instead of just upland vegetation along the sides, you get riparian vegetation expanding out that the big game can eat, and then they have more water, obviously. So this is Davenport Canyon coming right here. So this is where we're proposing to do the BDA work. We have tons of data there. There's even turkeys up in there. So lots of use. And this is showing the juniper work area that we'll be doing. So just trying to treat all aspects of the watershed, benefiting a lot of different things, from sport fish to upland game, from turkeys to big game. And we are they're building a large solar farm there on the Sitla land, and we are using mitigation money for that impact to pay for a lot of the shrub plantings.
All right, questions?
I move to approve, tentatively approve.
Second. Motion from Ben, and a second from Tyler. Favor say aye.
All those.
Aye. The opposed say no. Okay, motion carries on this one. All right, let's keep going.
I guess on that last one, I will say that I'm trying to get some of the higher elevations going to with the forest. But
You asked Utah Sheep Foundation for any money?
yes, yeah, at the conservation meeting last week, and I think they put a good chunk on
They
it.
put 100 on there.
Cool.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Total there was 105.
206.
206 Yeah, 206 between all the groups. SW 50, MDF 31,000. Yeah, and a huge chunk came from Wild Sheep Foundation.
I will jump in before you start, Robbie. So we're halfway through the stuff from after lunch. Want to take a break? Keep going? Almost break time.
Drew's kind of tired.
He's up walking around.
Tired of sitting.
Okay. Okay, let's keep going. Okay. Go ahead, Robbie. 5926.
All right, so it's the North Sheep Rocks project. We've done a ton of work out here. This is one of our sage-grouse management areas where the population's been declining, and so over the last 6 years or so, we've really put a ton of work. And you can see right there, all these green areas are pinyon juniper removal, mostly on the BLM. And now we're getting onto the Forest Service. So we're asking money to do about, I think it's 4,000 acres, is that right, of pinyon and juniper removal over here. Let's plug on. 2,000 acres of pinyon juniper, lop and scatter work. And then this is an area that we want to clear for cultural to do some more shrub restoration. It's a mule deer winter range area, as well as it's right next to a sage-grouse lick. And then we've had some challenges with water rights doing the BDAs, but I think we're working through some of that. And then talking with the BLM, there is some other streams out there on the, kind of by the Simpsons that I want to include in this, that we can probably start doing work if we can't on these other streams because of water rights. So I kept it in there, just asking for some money there. And a large driver there has historically been for sage-grouse, but I think especially on these low elevation mountain ranges where you don't have as much traditional summer range, I think the deer do use a lot more of these riparian areas. And so I think improving, that's where all the aspen is on that mountain, is right there. If you look at those creeks, it's growing, halfway up the tree is down in the stream channel because it's so eroded. So if we get those stream channels back up and flooding that floodplain more, you can expand that aspen significantly. This is showing, so where we're doing the shrub restoration, there's been a lot of fires, same issue, non-native grasses. And this is pretty much one of the only sagebrush out there. My wife actually worked for Utah State and did on the sage-grouse study, and she was tracking sage-grouse and found a bird nested under this shrub here. And so it's like, okay, maybe we should get some more shrubs out there for him. So that was last year. We started the first phase of that. This is a picture of what we started doing out there, just scalping, and worked with Jason Robinson to kind of develop the design of that. And he told us to space it in a certain way to reduce the olfactory or change the olfactory wind currents so that coyotes and stuff would have more difficulty finding the nest. So we'll see if it works. But, a lot of benefits to different species. There are elk out there. Obviously, it's our limited entry mule deer area, the only one in our region. Sage-grouse. There are turkeys out there as well. And if we can get some of these little streams to hold more water and have deeper pools, we can have more fishing opportunity out there too.
Okay. Questions?
This is Randy. Just a quick question for you on the sage-grouse. And I'm pulling the blank on the area, but I think this is it. Isn't this where the state's been transplanting sage-grouse to? And that this, if I'm thinking the right one, the numbers keep going downhill. Am I thinking of the right place?
Yes. We've had a lot of difficulty here. Population was declining. They've put a lot of effort into translocating birds out there, along with all the work we're doing. And we've had a lot of drought years, and so I think we're still optimistic that the population can hold on. But
okay, so I'll just ask, it will be tactlessly asked, I'm sure, because I'm not very good, but is the effort in that area for sage grouse worth it? Are they savable there?
I think when the effort began, there's definitely a lot more optimism maybe than there is now. I guess it'd be fair to say, but yeah, beyond my pay grade, I guess. On that.
I'll take a stab at that.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Justin. Anything you can do for sage grouse is great. If they get put on the endangered species list, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
From what I've gathered and heard.
Yeah. No, and I get that and I understand that. I guess what my concern is might be bigger than this meeting, but if we're taking birds from other areas and putting them in an area where they're not living, it's not helping in the long run.
I would
Unless this area can start to prosper.
Well, I would say this. I think it's easier to keep a population going than try to reestablish a population. And so I see value in doing the habitat projects and the translocations when you have an existing population there. Because if they blink out, trying to get them reestablished is way more difficult. So I think it's worth the investment.
Okay.
And I haven't followed Melissa's research a ton, but they've got the birds that they are releasing out there. They've got them collared, GPS collars, and some of the information that we're getting from that is that they are using those areas that we're providing for them. I think there's probably like drought and other things that are also impacting them, not just the lack of habitat.
I think we're at a point now where we pretty much have done a large majority of all the juniper work that we want to do for sage grouse out there, with exception for what we're doing in the Forest Service. And this is largely, these areas are less important for sage grouse and more for big game, and fuels. So I think
make a motion that we pass it.
Okay. We have a second. Okay, we have a motion from Steve, a second from Justin to approve. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, motion carries. Hey, next project. We're cruising now.
All right, so this is the third phase of this project in Parley's Canyon. It's kind of a unique project. We haven't done a lot of work right there along the Wasatch Front, and this was our first project with the Salt Lake City Forest District to kind of get their feet wet and doing some work along the Wasatch Front. And we've done some conifer thinning. We've done some just understory thinning work on forest. A lot of oak brush work is planned. So on this phase, basically, so here's I-80. All this lower stuff here is oak brush, and a large part of this project, I will say, is fuels driven. But there's going to be benefits. Really tried to design it in a way that will have leave areas for big game. There's a lot of moose that use this area, especially in the winter. And so hopefully by removing some of that older oak brush, we'll get some of that new oak brush they can eat, and then more understory vegetation as well, and still have areas where they can hide. But Summit Park's right here, and there was a fire there last summer. They had to be evacuated. It easily could have been a disaster. A miracle it stopped right here before it crested the hill. We have been doing in the other phases some work here on the Summit County right here above Summit Park to try to create fire breaks, and we'll continue to do that. But this is going to help if another fire comes off of the highway again, help hopefully slow that down or stop it before it hits Summit Park. And we are getting a lot of shared stewardship fuels money for that, as well as Rocky Mountain Power's contributed money to that. This polygon showing just kind of, it's a rough map just showing where we're getting Myrtle Spurge expansion. I don't know if you're familiar with Myrtle Spurge, but it's ornamental plant that people planted in their backyards and is aggressively spreading. There's some photos of it. I'm really concerned about it. I'm trying to get more attention put every year. I'm just seeing it spread and spread, and I'm really concerned that it can really impact our big game habitat if it continues to move up and spread, not just locally on the Wasatch Front, but across the state. We're starting to see it at the mouth of Provo Canyon on our 10th WMA, and a lot of different areas, Hobble Creek and stuff. So it's really aggressive. It has a sap that if it gets on your skin will burn your skin, gets in your eyes, can cause blindness. So it's brutal, definitely not good for big game to eat, and as it outcompetes other vegetation, obviously degrades the habitat. So 2 years now we've been mechanically removing it in some areas, just kind of seeing how that works, and we're going to move into some more herbicide chemical use as well as mechanical, and just try and see if we can get a hold on that, and by showing our efforts, hopefully get more partners also to help in that effort. So just some of the areas showing so that's kind of where it's spreading all over here, but we're just targeting as part of this project this area for the Myrtle Spurge. Off the wildlife tracker showing how much use we have there. The moose really are thick in here that we have collared. There also are elk up in here and mule deer. It's kind of mirror image on each side, but this is what we have collars. And on winters that are harder, they move down lower to the front there. It's just showing last year some of the bags of the Myrtle Spurge that we removed.
Are you seeing success with mechanical removal?
So that was our first year
sprouts.
last year. So seeds last about 8 years in this soil. So if we keep staying on top of it for about 8 years, we should start seeing.
But aren't they root sprouts?
Things we hate in Utah.
I don't think so. I think it's just taproot underneath. So.
Is the IS invasive species program? Is it targeted for
No, that's the problem.
So it's not designated.
Yeah, it's like not high enough on their priority list to get funding. And so I've been working with Salt Lake County Weeds manager, and she's done little, volunteer poll days, but it's just not enough.
Eagle Project.
Yeah.
And Boy Scouts involved.
So,
There's no.
Not like they used to be.
So yeah, just basically working with her, just helping her have some more support. And I hope that ISMF will say, okay, maybe we need to take this more seriously.
Now would be a good time to catch it while it's.
Yeah, exactly. Why wait till it's so good?
Okay, questions?
People voluntarily planted that in their backyard?
Yeah.
Poisonous?
Yeah, it looks pretty, I guess.
all their kids?
Blindness?
Yeah. It's illegal to buy anymore, I guess. But
Really?
yeah.
Move that we approve the project.
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a motion from Jack, a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, motion carries.
And I will say, because of that, the forest is working on NEPA or expanding, doing work in Mill Creek, the Cottonwoods. So they're seeing good. They're happy with what they're seeing.
That's cool that you got them involved for the first time, and then looks like a lot of other money was put into that.
Yeah. There's a lot of interest.
Okay, Sheep Creek, 5245.
So this is a Forest Service project. They've been trying to get off the ground for a few years. We've done some, so it's a prescribed burn. Like I said, targeting kind of the aspen conifer zone, with a little bit of higher elevation juniper and oak brush. So if you're familiar with Spanish Fork Canyon, Tie Fork rest stops, right in this area somewhere there. And we've done some other prescribed burns between the Sheep Creek Road and this area that they're proposing. There's also been a lot of natural fires in the area. But this will be kind of one of the few areas that hasn't been burned and could still use a good burn. And they put a lot of planning into it and are really eager to get it off the ground. we've also, this is where we've released beavers, actually. It's been our release site for a few years. And we got cutthroat in the stream they weren't before. The stream was too low. And we released cutthroat last year. So doing this fire will hopefully, prescribed fire will prevent like a natural fire that would just blow out the whole system. So
Canadian lynx.
is that in there? Okay, I'll just say on some of these, my partners add species without me knowing. So that's what it is.
List Wolverine on there.
Yeah, I didn't see Wolverine, but not Canadian lynx yet.
And on this one, I didn't even. It's not my project. Budget. Pretty expensive, but so they put a lot of planning into it, and it will help rejuvenate those aspen clones up there.
Is that split up between species? That good? Fair?
There are turkeys up there.
We're calling you, Randy.
Is there, so I have never gone and explored that particular area. A handful, how is this going to impact, because you had, I believe, rough grouse listed on there too. Are they actually in there, and how's this going to impact them?
Yeah, I haven't personally spent a lot of time. Like I said, this isn't my project up in the higher stuff, but I'm sure
Lynx have been living off them.
Nice.
But now, how much of that was, you're cutting down the junipers, but how much of that, you mentioned very briefly the aspens. How much of the area is aspen that you're treating to try to get some regrowth in there?
Majority of it would be targeting the aspen conifer areas. Yeah.
Okay. I'd be, Steve, I'd be happy to put 10 or 20% on that.
Split, do 15.
Okay.
Thanks, Randy. All right. You have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second. Okay, we have a motion from Justin, and a second from Drew.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, it's approved. Two more.
So yeah, I just want to emphasize that we're doing everything we can to benefit big game in our region. We're trying to target all the different units and see what are things that we can do to the limiting factors in all those units and things that we can do to benefit. Out here on the deep creeks, I've been trying to get some work done higher elevation. I think that's what we really need to do. It's all wilderness, and so the BLM, I sent them a shapefile of what I'd recommend, and they haven't been too interested. And so hopefully we can continue to work with them on that. But in the meantime, we're doing everything we can down in the Winter Range area, here on the west side of the deep creeks. Basically where we're stopping is the wilderness boundary. And so it's not just an ugly line. We've decided to have two different treatment types. For this one, we take all the juniper and pinyon, and then over here we'll leave the pinyon. So it's kind of a phased look. And then there's also a lot of pinyon jays in this area. And we've been working with our sensitive species biologist, Terry, to monitor those and see how they react to the treatment.
I think there's going to be plenty of pinyon jay on that mountain.
Yeah.
Or pinyon and juniper still.
Oh, left. Yeah.
We will be fine.
Yeah. But my theory is that they will actually benefit by our treatments, having that diversity of habitat and edge. So
I totally agree.
So I was just kind of showing how thick it is in there. And I'd love to work with any of you guys to see what we can do about getting work done on the Summer Range on the higher elevation with the BLM. I don't know if that's possible, but
It's possible. How would you do that in a wilderness area if you can't get, vehicles up there.
Maybe burning would be there, yeah.
Some matches.
Yeah.
Matches.
Yeah, just have to work with them to see what Native American tools.
You're gonna have to do that because of what this is.
Steel.
Sula doesn't like what we're doing out there anyways.
Loading targets.
If it's wilderness, it's forest on top or
It's
no?
BLM. It's one of the few. Well, there's a few out there. The Cedar Mountains has it too, and the Stansbury's do as well.
You don't see wilderness on BLM, do you?
It's typical.
Yeah. A lot of wilderness areas have like 4-wheel trail, ATV trails, a whole trail, whatever. So that's that project. Any questions? I mean, there's a lot of sage grouse in this area as well, and that is a huge fence. I think you could add some upland there. We have sage grouse leks nearby, and we're hoping to benefit them as part of this project.
How large are those lakes out there? I have not been to those ones.
I think they're pretty healthy. I don't know the exact numbers, but there's a few of them out there, I think.
I'm impressed with your knowledge of all the leks, Randy.
Yeah. Well, I cheat too because I help count them, so I've got some of the.
You weren't very knowledgeable, but I'll disagree with you.
That's not true. I never saw that.
Sorry, I don't have numbers on that.
What was the project total amount?
22.
Yeah, 1.3. So
So
20,000 asked for 1.3 million project.
Yeah, a lot of this is gonna be funded by the fuels.
yeah, so we've been working with the BLM for a couple of years on this. So.
Got 30,000 from Sportsman's last week.
It got 30,000 from Sportsman's, you said?
Cool.
Okay.
A lot of money invested there. BLM fires.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're in. I'll motion to tentatively approve.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion from Ben and a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Last one.
Yeah, this one's actually in the same area. They just wanted to split it out, so it wasn't too big of a project. And it's a little bit different treatment type. So this is where we were before. It's on the north end of the Deep Creeks there. The idea there is, so there's sagebrush component still left, but it's being encroached by a pinyon juniper. And so they're wanting to come in there and do some removal. Lop and scatter a lot of it, and then some bullhog with seeding in some of the thicker areas. So the thought there was to create some connectivity to, there's a big valley of sagebrush around that other side there. If we can open this up, it creates some habitat for sage grouse, as well as maintain that winter range in good condition for big game. Yeah, I mean, after these two projects, we'll have done a large majority of the winter range on the Deep Creeks and be in a good position if we can start doing some of that summer range.
And this butts up against the north end of that wilderness area as well.
It might not go right up to it because there's elevation, slope issues, but.
$10,000 request. Other questions?
It's pretty remote. I've never been to these places at all.
Oh, yeah.
Been there once or twice.
It is really cool. A lot of elk out there.
Is there? Yeah.
Well, not a lot, but
There's a 12,000 foot peak out there. I had no idea it's that tall now.
So we have a motion from Drew. We have a second from Steve to approve. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Thanks, Robbie.
Well, I've got one thing. I just want to say thanks for all your emphasis on summer habitat work in a lot of these areas. I think that's been really good and a focus for the wildlife section. So appreciate you making that a priority.
Yeah.
We'll see that more, I think, from us. We're still gonna focus on winter range, winter habitats, but we're gonna try to shift some emphasis over to summer.
I think the biggest issue with summer range work right now is that most of it's on Forest Service, and the Forest Service needs to up their contributions to these projects. The BLM has provided tons of money for the lower stuff, and so it's more difficult for us to fund the Forest Service work.
Yeah.
Like Jim Carpenter was correct. We were talking about going to summer range clear back then, and it's been a long, getting the forest to come on board. It's been a long time.
You're right. First, we had to activate the Forest Service, and the Shared Stewardship Program really activated the Forest Service across the board, but they kind of narrowed their funding focus.
Yeah.
And it doesn't include wildlife management at all. But the result of that is that everybody else across the state, all the Forest Service folks activated, and now there's tons of work. We just don't have the money for it.
Well, just an observation. It felt like today there were a lot more summer range projects than we've seen in the past. And I'm just saying that's a good thing. I know we've got our challenges, but I think when the opportunity is there, we take them.
Right. There's a big one I didn't propose because it's all cultural on the Strawberry Ridge. It's 90,000 acres, all of that. We're working on the NEPA and asking for cultural clearances this year as well. So
we'll see that next year.
So yeah, so well.
No, we saw it already. It's
okay.
Just didn't come to this council.
Tanya, do you remember a few years ago, I think the Forest Service were saying they wanted like treat 1 million acres in 5 years and some of that.
Oh, yeah.
But did that, what's that?
The 1 million acre challenge, that kind of got morphed into the shared stewardship. And I think we missed the boat on shared stewardship, honestly. There was a time when they were developing their criteria for how to rank those projects, and wildlife was one of those criteria that fell off. A lot of adjacent states are considering wildlife habitat, but they didn't do that in Utah.
Is there a way to have that conversation with them, or is that ship sailed?
That ship's held for now. I think the strategy is for us to work through WRI to try and increase our funding and try to get, more money from partners, more money from, the water agencies across the state. There's still a lot of that's the good thing about what I see on the list this year is, and you haven't even seen all the projects. There's lots of things that didn't make it to the meeting. There's a ton of high elevation work that's ready to go. The other thing I want to say is I'm really happy to see the amount of effort that the project managers have put into using the wildlife tracker data and showing, the movement stuff from the migration initiative. And it was nice to see a lot of that shown today as well. That's an emphasis that we've also included in WRIs. We're giving additional points for projects that actually show us that migration data.
Hey, Adam, you have a hand up.
Yeah. Hey, I just jumped back on maybe 30 minutes or so ago and have just seen a few of the central region or project described. And then I just heard the shared stewardship discussion there. Just wanted to clarify that the Utah Shared Stewardship Agreement has really specific focal points or really specific objectives. And the evaluation criteria really do revolve around those objectives of reducing fire risk to communities and protecting water sources for communities as well. So while wildlife habitat is not a component that we evaluate when we're looking at shared stewardship proposals, certainly wildlife habitat does benefit from a number of those shared stewardship projects and proposals that are put forward. So just had to stick up a little bit for shared stewardship there.
Sure. I appreciate that, Adam.
Yeah. Projects like on the Wasatch Front where we do have a good fuels and watershed component, they're giving us a lot of money, so, like that Parley's project.
Parley's and Upper Provo.
All right.
And it probably goes without saying to this group, but most anytime we're looking at improving watershed conditions for source protection or for community water source enhancement, we're also providing benefits to wildlife. So they go hand in hand for sure, even if they're not explicitly submitted for with the wildlife component.
Okay.
Before I sit down, I just want to say there's probably like 7 other really targeted big game projects that weren't today, and I think it's partially because they got fully funded from the conservation, from the sportsman groups last week. A lot of shrub restoration projects and things like that. So we're really putting a lot out there to benefit big game and making that a big priority for us. So.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. All right. So this is our last actual funding project proposal meeting. Right. So our next meeting is on April 27th, in 2 weeks from today, to basically go through where we're at. Right. Anything else you want to say about that, Daniel?
Just take a look over the spreadsheet. Should all have a link to it. Just maybe come up with some strategies of, talk with your DWR representative as well, Drew and Justin, and maybe have some conversations about where to cut. We'll be doing the same on our side as well, but we will probably need to get this requested near zero or near to the available fundings where we're over right now. So just take a look at that. The other thing I'll throw out there is we typically do a summer field tour. So I wrote down Monroe, but other ideas, we think about other ideas and come with that to the next meeting, and we'll be scheduling that out at the next meeting.
I think that on HMP, hopefully we'll have a draft out, but you guys, as Gary gets kind of mind draft.
I will miss that next meeting. There's a new moon that's got to be fished, and I'm not going to be
You have your priorities in line.
Do you know, Drew?
Yeah, I do.
But Randy will sit in my stead, and we'll be ready for those priorities.
I was just gonna add on that spreadsheet, there's some columns that are hidden right now. They're not fully populated yet, but I'll get those done in the next couple days, and then we'll have more information about where we're ranked to WRI, what species it's going to benefit, so you can kind of see it all quickly in one shot. So
I remember we had one project on the contingency plan. Do we deal with them at that meeting as well? Or is that more for like here to get a vote on?
Typically use the contingency. So like if there's a bunch of these projects that we say, well, it's a great project, but we don't have enough money for it, we'll throw it on the contingency list. So if money ever becomes more available during the course of the year, it's approved and we can bump it up. Okay. That's typically how we use the contingency list.
I don't like this next meeting. I might miss it.
It's not
a good project. I hate not the fun.
No, it's a good meeting. It'll really let you know, help you see, besides hearing projects and just approving them, you'll be able to see where all the dust is going to land on the ground and where the roots are going to be. And okay, so this one's actually going to go.
The worst one is the one that we have. That's the last meeting of the year where we try and fill in all the blanks and see that our funding doesn't go nearly as far as we wished it would.
All right, I appreciate that. Before you take off, last thing, just thanks Daniel, Allison, Lisa, Danny for helping out. There's a lot of, these guys sit and stare at these spreadsheets, and I don't know how they don't go blind because there's so many numbers. And it makes my brain explode. But yeah, be ready next time with some tour ideas, and it actually is a very interesting meeting to kind of see how it all comes together in the end this time. So it'll be really good in 2 weeks. And we're scheduled from 9 to 1. So are we including a lunch there, or are we?
Typically, I don't think we have. We'll probably just do 9 to noon. We should be done.
You can get through that quick, huh?
It goes pretty fast.
Yeah. So we'll probably be done by now. Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Okay, a motion to adjourn, so I get a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate it.
See y'all. Bye.
Thanks, Randy. Thanks, Adam.
Good job, everyone.
You're welcome.